Copyright 2025, Mindfulness Lodge Publishing, all rights reserved. The content contained within this book may not be reproduced, duplicated, or transmitted without direct written permission from the author or the publisher. Under no circumstances will any blame or legal responsibility be held against the publisher or author for any damages, reparation, or monetary loss due to the information contained within this book, either directly or indirectly. Legal notice. This book is copyright protected. It is only for personal use. You cannot amend, distribute, sell, use, quote, or paraphrase any part or the content within this book without the consent of the author or publisher. Disclaimer. Notice. Please note, the information contained within this document is for educational and entertainment purposes only. All effort has been executed to present accurate, up-to-date, reliable, complete information. No warranties of any kind are declared or implied. Readers acknowledge that the author is not engaged in the rendering of legal, financial, medical, or professional advice. The content within this book has been derived from various sources. Please consult a licensed professional before attempting any techniques outlined in this book. By reading this document, the reader agrees that under no circumstances is the author responsible for any losses, direct or indirect, that are incurred as a result of the use of the information contained within this document, including, but not limited to, errors, omissions, or inaccuracies. The Dual Soul, Heyoka Wisdom, Starseed Light. Sacred Wisdom, Cosmic Energy, the Power to Transform Your Life. By Mindfulness Lodge Publishing. Remember who you are. Something is about to shift inside you. As you read these words, you may already sense it. A quiet pull, a whisper beneath the noise of everyday life. A knowing buried deep within, waiting to surface. This book is not just meant to be read. It's here to awaken something in you. As you move through these pages, realizations will emerge, emotions will stir, and a deeper truth will unfold. Let go of expectations. Simply allow. You have always felt it. A presence just beyond perception. A call that never fades. Sometimes faint, sometimes overwhelming. You feel it in the way emotions move through you before they're spoken, in the unshakable connection to something vast and unseen. If these words stir something inside you, it's not a coincidence. You may be something rare, an Heyoka empath, a mirror of transformation, or a starseed sent to awaken and uplift consciousness. But what if you are both? This book will help you decode what you've always known but never fully understood. The world is shifting. You are part of it. A message to the reader. You are here for a reason. Something inside you has led you to this moment, an unshakable knowing, a pull toward something greater. If you feel this, it's because you have always been on this path, even if you didn't recognize it until now. Empaths and starseeds are rare souls, mirrors of transformation, and catalysts for awakening. But this gift is both a blessing and a challenge. You may have always understood people deeply, sensing emotions before they were spoken, only to find yourself overwhelmed by those who seek your guidance, yet fail to truly see you. Perhaps you've felt out of place in this world, as if your existence straddles two realities, the seen and the unseen. Maybe you've noticed how easily you absorb the emotions of others, feeling their pain, their joy, their fears, as if they were your own. And yet, even in the depths of this connection, a part of you has always remained separate, watching, knowing that your purpose extends beyond mere existence. your awakening is already unfolding. The questions you ask yourself are not random. They are signposts leading you back to your true nature. And the answers? They have always been within you, waiting for the moment you are ready to hear them. This journey is not meant to be walked alone. That is why you are here, and why this book has found you at precisely the right time. It is a guide, a key to unlocking what has long been hidden inside you. It does not impose truths upon you. Instead, it reveals the truths you have always carried. There is no destination in awakening, only deeper understanding. You are not here to follow someone else's path, but to remember your own. Whether you are an Heyoka empath, a starseed, or both, your role is not just to observe the world, but to shift it, to raise its frequency, and to step into the full power of who you are. You are not alone. You have never been alone. Trust what you feel. Trust yourself. You have always known. Introduction. I do not ask the wounded person how he feels. I myself become the wounded person. Walt Whitman.
Empaths have often been labeled as overly sensitive and told to get a thicker skin. As children and adults, we are shamed for our sensitivities rather than supported. At this point in my life, I wouldn't give up being an empath for anything. It lets me sense the secrets of the universe and know passion beyond my wildest dreams. Judith Orloff, MC, The Empath's Survival Guide, Life Strategies for Sensitive People. Being an empath is a gift, but there are times that it may not seem like it. Empaths may have to deal with a great deal of pain from the deep feelings connected to what goes on around them. If you have ever known that something was going to happen before it did, even if it was hundreds of miles away, you might have empathic abilities. Empaths also sense what others are feeling around them based on the energy that they give off. People often misunderstand the definition of being an empath and believe that it is merely intuition. It is important to distinguish between the two so that you can fully understand what your level of empathic abilities may be. Being an empath is not intuitive. When you are intuitive, your subconscious mind will absorb and collect external information without your conscious self being aware of the act. When this happens, you process and store subtle information, causing you to just know some bit of knowledge without knowing why you know. Intuitives look inside themselves and, by way of transference, deliver that collected information from the subconscious to the conscious by merely using their minds. They rely on gut feelings and do not necessarily have the skills or abilities that are inherent in an empath. An empathic person is the complete opposite of an intuitive person. Empathic abilities have no connection to what is going on inside of someone. An empath relates to energies or external forces that surround us. Simply put, an empathic person can pick up on things from outside of themselves. Can you be an empath but still have intuitive capabilities? Sure. Abilities will vary from person to person, and some may only be empathic or only be intuitive. So it is important to note that an individual can be one without the other. There's a difference between being an empath and having empathy. Once you have empathy, you feel deeply for another person who is experiencing either pain or joy. But being an empath takes it much further. An empath will experience heightened emotions, physical symptoms, and the energies of others within their own bodies. Understandably, these individuals need to acquire healthy coping defenses because of all the exposure to high stimulus levels that surround them all day, every day. Do you think you may be an empath? Have you ever known things before they happened? Empaths don't read body language or thoughts, and they usually only know general details about an event, but they can read emotions. An empath can tell what you're thinking, and if your thoughts are negative or positive. Empaths seem drawn to heightened emotions that can cover both elation and anxiety, and they feel everything to extremes. It's no wonder that empaths often need to put up a barrier between themselves and others. And if you are an empath, you may often feel overwhelmed by all of the stimulation that bombards you. Always feeling drained is a concern that all empaths must guard against. And if you want to remain healthy, you need to educate yourself about taking in that energy, symptoms, and stresses of others. If you are an empath, then you don't possess the same blocking filters that other people do against overstimulation. Consequently, you may end up absorbing devastating energies into your body. Have you frequently been told that you're too thin-skinned or that you are overly sensitive? Empaths often experience these hurtful descriptions from others and are ashamed for being sensitive. In reality, your friends and family need to support you more. Have any of these things happened to make you believe that you are an empath? Benefits of being an empath. As an empath, you may quickly discover that you often have difficulties identifying which feelings are yours and which ones belong to those around you. Empaths often have trouble believing that there are benefits to being who they are. Many people in your position feel that their heightened awareness is more of a burden than a gift. But those beliefs are false. It's people just like you who harbor the greatest capacity to change the world for the better. You merely don't know how to use your abilities to their greatest potential yet. Being sensitive can make your life tough. But when the going gets tough, the tough get going, right? You may even feel that no one understands you or gives you the same sympathy that you bestow unto others. However, most newly found empaths focus on their difficulties, and they never travel far enough into self-discovery to realize the prize found within their abilities. Below are the top 9 reasons why an empath should consider their abilities as gifts. 1. Empaths are natural healers. As an empath, you can give the gift of healing energy to others by the use of your voice, hands, or playing an instrument. Because of this, many empaths end up in the pursuit of energy healing because they feel an inner calling. 2. Empaths have a heightened sense of smell. The intensity with which an empath can detect smells leads to enjoying food, flowers, essential oils, and other sensations like freshly mowed grass and the first scents of a rainstorm. With work, you can also increase your gift of smell to include sensing a disease in an animal or person. When you can perform something so incredible, you can help save lives. 3. Empaths can sense potential dangers. Empaths have the ability to sense advanced knowledge of danger before other people and tend to be more in tune with their sixth sense. Everyone has the ability to use their sixth sense. It's just that most of us don't tap into that ability. If you're not familiar with the idea of a sixth sense, you may wish to know that it is your gut instinct that allows you to pick up on something undetected by your other senses. If you're able to tap into your sixth sense, it will allow you to push beyond your parameters of hearing, tasting, touching, or smelling to enable you to read others, sense things without the benefit of physical cues, sense danger, or know how things will turn out ahead of time. 4. Empaths feel everything stronger. You may interpret this as a bad thing, since anything you can interpret as a low will feel like a much deeper low. However, you will also feel greater highs. An empath's overall joie de vivre will fill them with more enthusiasm, and they will always be kinder and more compassionate and understanding than others. 5. Empaths crave more alone time. People who don't share in the gifts of an empath often find that they are uncomfortable when alone, whereas empaths crave a considerable amount of solitary time. Empaths need to rebalance and de-stress themselves from all the exposure to others. Requiring alone time is not a bad thing or something to fear, because this is a time of self-awareness. 6. Empaths are very creative people. Empaths have the ability to see things that others cannot visualize. Their creativity and thought processes can interpret experiences, situations, and unthought of possibilities, while others are left scratching their heads. 7. Empaths are able to read emotional cues. It's a given that empaths are emotional individuals, and it may be difficult to imagine what it feels like to embrace what another person feels, especially during times of disappointment and rejection. Remember too that you will experience great joy and happiness when dreams are fulfilled. 8. Empaths have a talent for sensing. Empaths can embrace the thoughts of the unconscious mind as well as sense the needs of those that are unable to speak up for themselves. For example, plants, animals, and our planet. 9. Empaths are often human lie detectors. Since empaths are more aware of people's feelings, emotions, and thoughts, they can almost always tell when someone is lying. An empath's abilities allow them to see through false fronts that are often put in place when someone is suffering but feels the need to hide their emotions away. Empaths will always know when people lie to them. Heightened sensitivity is a gift, so the next time you curse your gifts, recall these benefits. By refocusing on the benefits of being an empath, you will create uplifting memories instead of feeling drained. Don't lend yourself to the dark side. Empaths always have two voices inside of their heads, and they are constantly at odds. The good and the bad can have a raging battle going on that is enough to overwhelm any empath. Because of this, empaths should always focus on the benefits listed above, because it is too easy to slip into the negative energies that invade their lives. The dark side of an empath's world is filled with exhaustion and fatigue that they absorb. However, an empath should never lose their composure. They will still need to observe, feel, and acknowledge circumstances, but at the end of the day, they must release those energies. An empath is selfless and often imposes a heavy burden upon themselves. However, because of their nature, they often choose to ignore the weight thrust upon their shoulders. The pitfalls of following the dark side include neglecting your body and mind for the sake of others. When that neglect builds over time, any empath will need to soul search, which is a practice reserved for those who feel lost. The dark side of being an empath is that you are always at war against sadness, sorrow, and the darkness that leads to self-destruction. The only way to win this fight is to learn which emotions are your own and which emotional energies belong to invaders looking to breach your protective shields. Empath affirmations. I feel divinely protected. My aura is filled with happy and uplifting energies. I feel in harmony with my surroundings and myself. I am filled with love and peace. I can focus on my dream. I feel guided and protected.
Chapter 1. The different types of empaths. Your vision will become clear only when you look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. Carl Jung.
The trademark of an empath is feeling and absorbing other people's emotions and/or physical symptoms because of their heightened sensitivities. Dr. Judith Orloff, psychiatrist, empath, and intuitive healer. Empaths are highly sensitive people who have the innate ability to pick up on what people are thinking and feeling. While psychologists mistakenly use the term empath to describe a person who feels empathy for a situation, this is not technically correct. Empathy is best described as an ability to emotionally understand what other people are feeling. You are able to put yourself in someone else's shoes and feel what they feel. It's natural when you see another person suffering to picture yourself in that person's place and feel sympathy for them. Empaths will often know when something is going to happen before it actually takes place. They are accurate in their psychic abilities and can sense the emotions and energies of others. The nature of an empath. Empaths are highly intuitive, emotionally intelligent, and often big-hearted and generous. They are superb listeners, great friends, and rocks when their friends need someone to lean on in times of trouble. The very thing that makes empaths such great people can turn around and be the exact thing that takes a toll on them. Empaths can literally experience the positive and negative feelings that their friends go through. They tend to take on their emotions and may not even be fully protected from the overwhelming experience of painful emotions that they are unaccustomed to, such as anxiety and anger. Empaths truly revel in alone time because it can be draining when they spend too much time around people, and therefore empaths tend to be introverts. Crowds in particular can create particularly overwhelming stimulation with a high level of noise and constant talking. Empaths need to picture shields around them to protect them from negative energy. This shield can help you to maintain your distance and prevent you from absorbing negative energies into yourself without having to shut yourself off emotionally. Others may not realize that many people are drawn to an empath for support because of their gifts. And what they don't understand is that this can cause quite a bit of stress for the empath. Even when they try not to, empaths can often display the negative emotions of others. If you are an empath, then you can't help it because this is your subconscious way of connecting to others. For example, if someone is angry, then you may feel that anger. Or if they are grief-stricken, then you may display great feelings of sorrow, and their grief will feel as though it's your own. As an empath, you will often be susceptible to the pain in the world, since empaths are by nature natural healers, and they're drawn to lift global suffering. We mentioned before that empaths tend to be introverted and avoid large gatherings. The energy produced by crowds can overload an empath, which in turn can cause anxiety, stress, and panic attacks. This energy is not caused by the event itself, so an empath should not be confused by avoiding the loud music of a rock concert or the bright lights surrounding any sports event. It's the energy that rolls off of the crowd that produces heightened senses of excitement or anger. As an empath, you'll find that you prefer connecting with others on a more one-on-one basis. Empaths need time to rest and recharge, often withdrawing into a period of solitude. Because empaths are sensitive, they are often more tuned into their right brains or the creative side. Working with creative outlets such as music, art, or writing will often be a desired avenue that allows self-expression. Have you ever called a friend who lives across the country just because they popped into your mind, only to find out that they really needed to hear from you? That's because empaths are more psychic than other people and can process the ability to know what you are thinking or feeling without being told. Impressions can come from almost anywhere, even space, an object, or an animal. Empaths revel in nature because its effects are almost always restorative and comforting. After all, nature is not bound by the heavy emotions that humans self-impose upon themselves. For example, a free-running freshwater stream creates a flowing movement that empaths find soothing, and by experiencing it, emotions cannot become bottled up. Unfortunately, empaths tend to attract people who drain their energies. Because of this, it will be necessary to quickly identify which people these are to keep them behind imposed boundaries. This can be a difficult tightrope for an empath to walk, since they often want to take on the role of therapist for these people. Since empaths tend to exude calm energy, many people seek out their company to garner some peace. See Chapter 5 for activities that ground empaths. You don't necessarily have to be born an empath, because it can be by exposure and learning. There may be some abilities buried deep within a person, and a traumatic experience or painful circumstance may cause latent talents to surface. Unbearable pain can cause a person to suddenly find themselves with the onset of empathic skills. Empath affirmation. I will treasure myself. I vow to surround myself with only people who treasure me for who I am. I believe in a better world and will use my sensitivities to create that world for everyone. Today and every day, I will celebrate my abilities of being an empath. Unknown. Are there different types of empaths? Yes, there are several different types of empaths, and while you can recognize traits normal to a certain type or types of empaths, you will only show a predisposition for one type. Below, please find an assembled list of the different types of empaths and short descriptions of each to help you determine which type you are. Empathy is an important and valuable skill to have in many aspects of life. Not only does it contribute to strong bonds and general trust, but it allows us to gain insight into the emotions and thoughts of other people. In a sense, it offers you a chance to experience life the way someone else does. The silent knowing, awakening your inner intuition. Have you ever experienced the ability to know what should be done in a given situation without really having any evidence about it? Do people describe you as too sensitive, or say that you need a tougher hide? Do you experience knowing what is going to happen before it actually does? That's probably because the intuitive empath is thought to possess high levels of intuition and is believed to be highly perceptive and sensitive when it comes to the emotions of others. The intuitive empath will express an ability to know whether or not they should do something based completely on the context and circumstances surrounding the event. They are unique because they can combine the feelings of empathy with their ability to share in the feelings of others. They can do this by merely working from instinct and perception. Emotionally, the intuitive empath can become easily drained and may feel exhausted as a consequence of absorbing the heightened emotions of others. Because of this, they tend to be careful about with whom they spend long periods of time, and may often seem to be introverted when in fact they're resting. Claircognizant empaths are able to gather feelings based off of an invisible energy field produced by others. This particular ability allows them to read people easily and can prove to act as a human lie detector. Intuitive empaths are often described as having the following traits: a psychic ability that presents itself as knowing, an ability to use telepathic abilities, can receive messages through dreams, may take on the suffering of others, receives gut feelings and can read body auras, often overwhelmed by noises and smells. One of the biggest challenges that an intuitive empath faces is exposure to others and taking on their sometimes complex difficulties. Empaths can find themselves weighed down because of a lack of filters. Fortunately, there are ways that the intuitive empath can manage their challenging gifts by learning about inner guidance. By doing so, they can avoid taking in the pain of others, which could weigh on their emotions. They just have to train themselves to not absorb everything. This can, however, take time to learn. Intuitive empaths often suffer from a strong sense of not belonging, causing them to adopt more introverted practices. They may tend to feel as though they are loners who don't seem to fit in with their peers. Large crowds can also be a problem for the intuitive empath. Being exposed to a lot of people can often leave them feeling overwhelmed and drained. In addition, lots of conversation, loud or repetitive noises or smells can overload them, leaving them feeling like drained batteries. Intuitive empaths have a strong desire to be able to leave under their own power and often choose to drive separately using their own cars for a quick getaway. Because they can feel trapped in awkward social situations, this type of empath will want to avoid the energies of others, preferring to spend time alone by practicing self-isolation. Sometimes the intuitive empath will choose to self-isolate because other people feel uneasy about their knowledge and abilities. Someone that is an intuitive empath must learn how to deal with their gifts so they don't suffer or become overwhelmed by their gift. Touching the unseen, the power of psychometry. The psychometric empath can receive information and energy from photographs, locations, or objects significant to a certain person. Their abilities allow them to form impressions of past events or situations having to do with inanimate objects. These impressions can include images, sounds, tastes, smells, and emotions. In 1842, Joseph Rhodes Buchanan created the word psychometry based upon his idea that all things give off a discharge of energy that can transfer knowledge about its history. A psychometric empath uses a form of extrasensory perception, ESP, that allows them to receive information from an object just by making contact with it. While holding an object, a psychometric empath is able to bring forth facts about the object's past and present, which can include sights, sounds, or smells to which the object has been exposed. Psychics may say that the information is conveyed to them through the vibrations of the object. Through contact, they are able to resurrect parts of the past and allow it to continue to exist in the present, ensuring that the past is never truly lost. This information can be extremely beneficial while an object is passed through generations, thus allowing a family's history to be preserved. Beginning your journey through psychometry. 1. When you begin on your journey through psychometry, begin by choosing a spot that is quiet and free of noises and distractions. 2. Remain seated in a relaxed position and gently close your eyes. Place your hands in your lap and rest them with your palms facing up. 3. Keep your eyes closed and ask someone to place an object in your hands while remaining completely silent. This experience can be enhanced by having several people in the room and not knowing which one is giving you an object. Each person should bring an object that has been in their possession for a long time. Several researchers believe that an object made of metal works best for this exercise. 4. Remain still and let images, feelings, and impressions fill your mind and speak them out loud. Don't allow your mind to process any impressions you receive, but merely say whatever you feel, see, hear, or sense while you hold the object. 5. Your impressions may feel strange and you may not understand their significance at the time, but try not to judge your impressions, even if they seem too vague. Whatever you do, don't try to force the narrative to fit what you think it should be. It may be a struggle while your mind adjusts to seeing the information given off by an object. However, the more you try, the better you will become at picking up on things more quickly and correctly. Never worry about how accurate you are in the beginning, because even the highly practiced psychometrists only have an accuracy rate of 80 to 90%. Go into your sessions confidently, and although it is tempting to do so, don't try to interpret your impressions, to force them to make sense. Your only goal should be to observe all of the impressions and describe them to the best of your ability.
Understanding flora empathy, the silent language of plants.
If you have a green thumb and the ability to raise large, healthy plants, then you may be a flora empath. Plant empaths are drawn to plants, flowers, and trees, and can communicate with their individual spirits. Because of their connection to the plant world, gardens will flourish under the care of a flora empath. Also known as a plant empath, this person is able to communicate with plants. A flora empath can always sense what plants need to help them stay alive and thrive. If a plant is in danger, a flora empath will be able to communicate with it in order to help it bounce back. If you are a flora empath, then you already know that plants, trees, flowers, grass, shrubs, and even weeds have emotions. A flora empath may have a difficult time being taken seriously, even by fauna empaths, because everyone typically accepts that humans and animals have feelings. But when you try to and convince them about plants, you may get a strange look with a bit of cynicism. Flora empaths are quite rare and may live a complicated life with virtual "do not walk on the grass" signs hanging over their head. You may find that you mourn the loss of a tree gone before its time, or a gaunt plant that faded from lack of water. Unfortunately, the ability to feel the emotions of plants is the least accepted form of empath, and to make matters worse, there isn't much known about this ability. What we do know is that if you are a flora empath, you desire a connection with nature and are often drawn to the woods or mountains where you can be close to the realm of nature that calls to you. A plant empath will always enjoy gardening and may even take up a career that puts them front and center with plants every day. If you have chosen a career in botany, farming, garden design, floral arranging, or even landscape architecture, you are likely a flora empath. Plant empaths need to be near plants to experience true happiness and to feel healthy. More than any other empath, the floral empath must develop a thick skin, because they are often ridiculed and laughed at by others who just don't understand the kingdom of plants. For this reason, more than any other, this type of empath may reject their gifts because they don't relish being criticized. Many plant empaths choose a career in Chinese medicine or as herbalists, and they often utilize a form of homeopathy that was developed by Dr. Edward Bach, who perfected flower essences distilled in various liquid forms that help to treat stress and diseases. I can attest that every time there's a thunderstorm, I reach for my vial of Bach flower rescue remedy for my sensitive dog, who gets so worked up that we fear he might experience a heart attack. With it, he calms right down. In the past, plants served midwives, shamans, and even country doctors with plant-based tinctures to aid the sick, stressed, or depressed. There is an entire world of healing power locked up in the superpower of plants. Flora empaths often plant healing herbs in their home gardens, such as lavender, rosemary, chamomile, lemon balm, rose, and mint. If you feel that you identify with this sort of empath, you may feel that you receive guidance from the plant world. Shamans believe that a plant empath can gaze deeply into a plant and receive information, or even ask it a question and receive an answer. The biggest challenge the flora empath faces is that they will often feel the pain of a living plant when it dies. They probably feel the anguish of the rainforest as it perishes under the machines of man, and may even feel parts of their body hurt during times of harvest. The best way to combat these feelings is to broadcast love and blessings across the globe to all that reside in the plant world.
Beyond the wild, the empath's connection with fauna.
This sort of empath has the ability to feel and communicate with animals, and often seeks a career as volunteering time in rescue groups, animal shelters, animal training, or animal care. If you are an animal empath, you may even have a specific calling, such as horse whisperer. Do you notice that almost every dog you pass makes eye contact with you? It's as if they can tell that you are looking at them. If you are this type of empath, you can probably sense when an animal feels stressed, upset, worried, or lonely. When you can tap into their emotions, it endows you with an understanding of their situation so that you can offer them the healing that they need if you seem to attract animals wherever you go, or you go to a party and sit in the corner just playing with the dog of the house. You qualify as an animal empath. You may decide to become a veterinarian, an animal advocate, or volunteer at an animal rescue or shelter. A wise animal empath also knows that all animals are also highly empathic, and they, in turn, can feel our emotions. For this reason, many animals make excellent therapy companions for humans who feel depression, stress, and PTSD. When you're upset, you probably notice that your dog or cat may seek you out and try to comfort you. Fauna empaths, also known as animal empaths, can send animals messages. Anyone who is an animal communicator would definitely fall under the description of an animal empath, and can often do so over long distances. Communication is usually opened by the empath, since animals will rarely initiate conversations. Fauna empaths will hear messages from animals that are requesting changes in their lives. Probably the most famous animal empath was Saint Francis of Assisi, also known as the patron saint of animals. It was said that he could communicate with any animal and gained notoriety by taming a wolf.
The pulse of the earth. Awakening geomantic empathy.
This type of empath receives messages from the earth and often has the ability to read signs coming directly from the soil. Since this empath is sensitive to the vibrations of the earth, they often can know about future natural disasters before they happen, and can sense the power of an impending thunderstorm. If you are a geomantic empath, you can feel the pull of the ocean tides, are especially tuned into the warmth of the sun, and the shake of every earthquake. While the average person may feel a storm coming in their joints, the earth-sensitive empath is more in tune with the changes of the weather and the seasons, and can often fall into depression during the winter months when the days are shorter and darker. The geomantic empath finds peace when gazing into the heavens and often feels a need to connect to the Earth's energy. The ability to do this is all part of an empath's ability to heal and feel intimate with their connection to the Earth. They may experience anxiety, pain, or other health problems each time the Earth is harmed. A past life can cause a geomantic empath to feel compelled to visit a foreign country because the familiar energy of the place can call to them. An event that happens at home while traveling can also grab the attention of a geomantic empath. When visiting sacred sites, they may feel they have a special connection or are drawn to visit there. In addition, they can often tap into the energy of a room just by walking into it. Because of the force that accompanies natural disasters, the geomantic empath can sometimes feel consumed by the sheer power that accompanies hurricanes and earthquakes. Just before any kind of natural disaster, the geomantic empath often describes themselves as feeling off or beginning to shake uncontrollably, so care must be taken to be aware of how the body reacts during times of catastrophe. The Earth empath may also find that they are sensitive to events that happen above the world. For example, solar flares, meteor showers, or magnetic storms, which can have equally painful results as earthbound volcanic eruptions, hurricanes, and tornadoes. If you want to deepen your connection with the Earth, one thing that you need to practice is a healthy diet that is preferably organic or homegrown. Every time you indulge in junk food of any sort, it separates you from the Earth, making you feel disconnected. Ground yourself by spending time quietly reflecting by an ocean, taking a nature walk through a forest, or climbing a mountain and enjoying the clean, crisp air. Practice earthing. This is a ritual where you lay flat upon the Earth, enabling you to soak up the strength and positivity that our planet emits. Earthing also utilizes the practice of walking barefoot in the grass, gazing at the stars in the heavens, and wading in bodies of water like lakes, rivers, and oceans. While experiencing the wonders of our world, ask yourself what you feel and remain open to any intuitions that come your way. In Native American traditions, Mother Earth is highly revered, and earth medicine is considered to be precious and healing. It is also interesting that a geomantic empath can feel a traumatic memory from a crime scene and should also be warned in advance if they're going to be visiting the grounds of an abandoned psychiatric facility. These vibrations can leave impressions of murder and torture that should be protected against and can be avoided by the use of meditation and crystals.
The Mind's Whisper. The power of telepathic empaths.
The telepathic empath can read another person's feelings and even their thoughts without them being expressed or vocalized. This type of empath uses their 5 senses to read people's feelings, thoughts, and beliefs, even if they try to mask them. This type of empath can receive images, impressions, and insight pertaining to their loved ones, friends, co-workers, clients, and sometimes total strangers. A good example of this might be that you are thinking about a close friend, and suddenly the phone rings and it's the very friend you were focused on calling. Another might be that you're getting the impression that your family member living on the opposite coast is not feeling well, and you might find out that indeed they have been feeling poorly. You may feel a sudden surge of positivity wash over you, and later that day the doctor's office calls to reveal that you are pregnant. If you find that you can hold or focus on objects and form impressions or feelings associated with them, then you may be a telepathic empath. Have you ever wondered how you can sort out if your intuition is spot on or just wishful thinking based upon your own emotions? First, you must determine if the new information is filled with compassion or expresses a neutral tone. The intuitions can be genuine, However, those intuitive flashes may stand for issues you've currently been struggling with or carry high emotional charges. If so, you should steer clear of them. The best way to determine how authentic the representations may be is to know yourself and any past circumstances that may be influencing your telepathic abilities. For example, as a child, you may have been abandoned by a parent under very emotional circumstances, and that experience may have caused you to develop a fear of abandonment. Fast forward to your adult life, and you may still live with a fear that your partner or cherished friend may desert you. You may experience a neutral but matter-of-fact image that your best friend will get a magnificent job offer, but will have to move out of the area to realize a huge opportunity. You personally may not want your best friend to move away, but you may find that the original information you experienced didn't carry an emotional charge when you experienced it. One disadvantage of being a telepathic empath is that if you have a lot of exposure to many people, it can be overwhelming and exhausting. Good grounding techniques are always helpful when trying to diffuse an intense situation. You will find that your intuition may come at you from directions you never even considered. While passing someone in the grocery aisle, someone riding on the same public transport, or even a stranger staying at the same hotel that you are, these people can inadvertently cause a telepathy overload. To avoid this situation, you will need to remain grounded and shield yourself. Make sure that you check out all of the useful tips given to you in Chapter 5 that will help you to shield yourself when needed. A telepathic empath will often pick up information that develops a better understanding of insight and compassion for others.
Among worlds, the power of the dream empath.
Just as the name implies, the dream empath experiences vivid dreams that they remember, and these may start as early as childhood. The dream empath looks forward to going to sleep because of their attraction to the dream world. Dreams are powerful forms of intuition and intuitive healing, simply because they completely bypass the ego. Dreams can bring guidance in dealing with difficult emotions, healing, and spirituality. These dreams can be very informative on how to help yourself and others. At times, it may be difficult to determine whether your dreams are about current or future issues. You may even have difficulty separating your dreams from those of someone close to you. Empaths who have synchronicity with the dream world have a heightened ability to access this realm. Dream empaths are likely to have spirit guides who choose to communicate with them while they sleep. These guides can appear in any form, such as animals, angels, people, or even loving but disembodied voices. By following their guidance, they can impart wisdom on how to reach goals, lead a more peaceful life, and overcome obstacles that may stand in the way. Not everyone is lucky enough to have a spirit guide, so if you are among the chosen, be sure to listen to them intently. They will never mislead you and do something harmful or disruptive, because they only provide helpful and compassionate information. During dream time, a dream empath can travel beyond their own world to other realms, and often will feel more comfortable in dreams than when awake. It is not unusual for a dream empath to seek out the dream world after the material world has become too overwhelming. Keeping a dream journal will help you to develop your abilities. Every morning, when you are between the two worlds of fully awake and asleep, take a few sacred moments to record all of the parts of your dreams that you can remember. Throughout the day, you can revisit and meditate on the meaning of your dreams and the information that they provide to you. Study how to interpret your dreams and ask yourself every evening before going to bed what the next step is in your career or about the health of your relationship. When you wake up the next morning, See if the dream you experienced applies to whatever questions you asked before going to sleep. Learning from your dreams will help you to gain a better understanding of yourself and those around you.
Echoes of Tomorrow, the Precognitive Empath's Vision.
A precognitive empath can demonstrate an ability to feel an important event before it transpires. You may experience these premonitions of the future while awake or deeply asleep. In the beginning, these premonitions mostly happen spontaneously, but you can develop a skill with practice that allows you to tune in when you want them to appear. The premonitions you receive may revolve around someone's career, health, or other issues like relationships. Your impressions may show you a friend who has become ill, passed away suddenly, or ran off to get married long before the events happen, or others become aware of them. It is believed that precognitive empaths receive their information from what some mystics refer to as a non-local realm, more commonly referred to as the Book of Life, which has been thought of as containing all of human history. If you are a precognitive empath, you may experience a sudden spike in anxiety or nervousness when the object of your intuition becomes supercharged. Usually, this will be accompanied by a sense of heightened sensitivities. With this sort of precognitive power comes a responsibility to use your abilities with integrity. Often, the information that you receive may just be a probability, but you should never come off as the all-knowing, all-seeing authority on the future. That kind of attitude may frighten some of your friends and family, and there's always a chance that you may be incorrect. The future isn't always fixed. Remember that a butterfly can flap its wings in Central Park in New York City and could change the entire outcome of your premonition. What you need to ask yourself is how to relate the information in a way that is vague but will still help the person. Ask yourself some of these questions first. Is this information that I should share? Is it appropriate? Will it truly help this person to know this information, or will it cloud their judgment? Your answers should always center around helping the person in question. If you are the slightest bit unsure, then you should probably keep the information to yourself. According to Judith Orloff, an American psychiatrist, most intuitives only share about half of what they sense because they deem the remainder as having no benefit. A well-meaning intuitive can sometimes become misguided and reveal things that may scare others. Be mindful not to be motivated by your ego or a desire to impress others with your talents. Your foremost consideration should always be the other person's welfare. That is a prime example of why this particular type of empath should practice constraint and humility. One pitfall that precognitive empaths have to dodge is the misbelief that you cause the events you witness, or you are responsible for stopping them from coming to pass. To be honest, neither scenario is true, and this can be hard to handle, especially when dealing with a death. It is far easier to deal with happy premonitions than those that are sad or deal crushing blows. With practice and grounding, you'll be able to improve upon your intuition and easily play host to a wider range of emotional signals.
Waves of Emotion, the Power of Emotional Empathy.
This type of empath is probably the most common, and it's as if they can look at a perfect stranger and can tell how they're feeling. The truth is that almost all empaths are able to intercept the emotional states of others. While being able to read and feel the emotions of others is a commonality among different types of empaths, emotional empaths are especially sensitive to the emotions of others. If you are an emotional empath, you will feel sensitive to feeling and reading the emotion of others without them having to explain what is happening to them. It can be a dead giveaway if you frequently feel overrun by emotion. You may be beset by people who just love to chatter away, and the empathic person will listen to them. Often you will find that your friends desperately need someone like yourself who will honestly take the time to listen and care about what they're going through. While you are attentively listening, you will be able to read their expressions and note the truth behind what they are saying. There are going to be times when you don't know why you know something, but you just do, and you can tell even from quite a distance when something is happening. Another characteristic of the emotional empath is that they like to daydream, and they do it quite often. With so many emotions bombarding you on any given day, it is difficult to resist the temptation to daydream. If you catch yourself entering a fantasy world, don't punish yourself for it, because being an emotional empath, you probably need the creative distraction. If you consider yourself a free spirit, then you're likely an emotional empath and feel at home on the open road, enjoying travel, nature, and the spiritual pursuit of emotional freedom through meditation. The act of being a free spirit helps the emotional empath to deal with all the heavy emotions that can attach themselves. One of the biggest challenges that an emotional empath may face is to resist acting on the emotions they feel because they may not be their own. Career paths that emotional empaths tend to follow are as counselors, therapists, and entrepreneurs. An emotional empath needs to first decide if an emotion that they are feeling is truly theirs, and if not, that energy must be sent back to where it belongs. Frankly, one of the biggest challenges that an emotional empath may face is when they are exposed to sadness and pain. These feelings can be almost unbearable because the emotions are so strong, and watching a good friend go through any type of pain can break their hearts.
The sensory mirror, experiencing the pain of others.
A physical or medical empath can experience another person's pain, and that can range anywhere from a tiny paper cut to a huge gaping wound. While being physically connected, this empath can feel symptoms of another within their own body and can instantly tell the entire extent of physical pain that the other person is experiencing. This empath will have a difficult time when being around those transitioning from this life to the next. The physical empath often suffers from chronic fatigue and can suffer from symptoms that doctors cannot explain. Unfortunately, we live in a toxic world, and it seems to only be getting worse. This can create some odd physical symptoms with unexplained pain. For the physical empath, there are things they must do in order to protect their health. 1. No matter what, be kind to yourself and your body. If you panic every time your body develops a symptom, you could cause a nervous breakdown. Instead, tell yourself that you got the message and thank Source for bringing the issue to your attention. Also, indicate that you are listening and the symptoms are no longer needed. 2. Don't assume that every ailment means that you are seriously ill. It may very well be that the majority of hypochondriacs are physical empaths because when they absorb pain or illness from others, they begin to prepare for the worst possible news. By giving your body the attention it needs, you may find that these symptoms disappear in short order. You can always get checked out by your primary physician, but they may be unable to give you a reason for your malady. 3. Release unhealthy emotions. They may be the cause of your physical symptoms. Anger, fear, sadness, and the absence of love can be unhealthy mental stressors that can cause real physical illness. By changing your thought patterns and healing toxic emotions, you can move yourself back to being healthy. A physical empath can absorb someone's emotions, but display them in a completely different way. For example, they may encounter a friend who has a great deal of sadness, but instead of exhibiting sadness, they feel tremendous pain in their back, or perhaps violent migraine headaches. One thing that a physical empath cannot tolerate is violence. Therefore, they tend to pass on opportunities to watch violent movies, especially those with a horror theme. And they also dislike violent sports like hockey and boxing. Physical healing occupations are very compelling to this type of empath. By nature, they make wonderful doctors, nurses, massage therapists, Reiki masters, and acupuncturists. They find it important to keep active and often practice meditation, deep breathing, running, and yoga.
Voices in the silence, the power of medium empathy.
This type of empath can communicate, see, and/or hear spirits from the other side. And this contact is not limited to people, but can include animals as well. While their gift is to be able to communicate with others no longer on our plane, they have the capability of communicating one-on-one with a lingering spirit, or reaching over the great divide between this life and the hereafter. This particular type of empath will check their ego at the door, so they are able to allow all intuitive messages to come through loud and clear. It doesn't always make a difference with whom you are communicating, because the replies often carry a common theme. The majority of the spirits from the other side only want to console us and let us know that they are fine and that they love us. Also known as a spiritual empath, this person will have strong ties to spirit guides, angels, and other non-physical entities. Besides having the ability to see or hear a spirit, some medium empaths have the capability of channeling. Channeling involves a medium allowing a spirit to influence the words spoken or written in messages. Some mediums can specialize and only channel angels who typically relay messages to teach faith in the spirit. Consulting with a medium can be therapeutic for people who grieve, but unfortunately, some of these mediums are con artists, while others are authentic. In order to communicate with the other side, you must first open your heart while in a meditative state and set your intention to spread love. Love is the one thing that crosses all boundaries and will allow you to reach the people who you want to and receive the messages that guide you. This particular type of empath should be proficient at keeping themselves separate so that they are not inundated with spirit contact at all times of day or night. Protective bubbles can be enforced by the use of crystals or talismans. It is imperative that this type of empath remains shielded, grounded, and calm. One extremely important thing they have to understand is that they have the right to say no. If there is a suggested experience that makes you feel uncomfortable, you have the right to refuse it. Setting boundaries with those from the other side may be the best solution. After all, you should be setting these same sorts of parameters on this side of the Great Divide. You will be able to keep your experiences comfortable by setting limits and practicing self-care techniques. Once you're able to do this, you will find that acting as a medium is just a natural extension of your intuition and empathy. If you believe that your child may be a spiritual empath, be careful not to make light of or dismiss things that they say they are seeing. This may come in the form of an imaginary friend or seeing a departed loved one. Instead, you may find it better to nurture their abilities. Being a medium can be extremely taxing and overwhelming, and at first you may find that communicating with the other side happens when you least expect it. If you are still virtually untrained at being a medium, you may find such situations frightening or feel like everything is out of control. Once you learn that being a medium is just a natural extension of who you are and your ability to empathize, you will feel more comfortable in your role.
The shadow within. Understanding the dark empath.
What exactly is a dark empath? Aren't empaths always good? While all empaths can connect with the emotions of others to help and show them the light, there are others who represent the dark traits of narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. These people are categorized as having an inflated sense of entitlement, and instead of helping others, they look to exploit and manipulate them. While the dark empath is completely opposite to any other type of empath, you may be surprised to hear that some may represent a bit of both types. However, they are all classified as empaths. The characteristics of a dark empath tend to fascinate us because, on one hand, they can be kind and compassionate while showing emotional connections, while on the other hand, they can be thought of as cold, since the traits of the dark empath can rise to the surface. 7 key traits define this personality type. Let's see if you know anyone who fits these traits. It is important to remember that just because you have a friend who may display one of these traits, a true dark empath will need to have at least 3 or 4 before they can be pegged as a dark empath. 1. Behavior. Dark empaths tend to be more extroverted, showing behaviors that are highly open. They will demonstrate exceptional social skills, and although they can seem gentle and open-minded, dark empaths are never pushovers. Between an empath and a dark empath, there is one key difference that sets the two apart. A dark empath will often use their connection to exploit vulnerability, as opposed to the empath who always uses their connection for encouragement. To put it simply, if they have an opportunity to manipulate someone, they will, because who better to understand the emotional states of others than an empath, albeit a dark one? 2. Opportunistic. Display narcissistic and neurotic tendencies. It's very apparent that dark empaths are narcissists, but they tend to hide it away from others. When someone takes things too personally, the criticism and the negativity directed at them can cause tremendous pain, making them overly sensitive to rejection, and being told no can be like a knife to the heart. A dark empath considers pride as an essential tool for survival, and in order to protect it, they may display a superiority complex. Although it's highly unlikely that they would commit acts of violence, some passive aggression is not beyond their wheelhouse. As a result of unprocessed emotional pain or trauma, the dark empath may display neurotic tendencies coupled with depression, anxiety, and phobias. 3. Dark empaths tend to be talented. Not everything about the dark empath is negative. Many of them tend to display remarkable talents and rarely give up on their goals. Because dark empaths are dedicated and possess an ability to make quick decisions, they often make top leaders who can understand and connect with others. 4. They love to wield power. The dark empath craves power, and they always want to be in charge. However, from time to time, the dark empath will also sit back, displaying participatory leadership. While they absolutely despise following the lead of others, it may be a project in which they don't wish to lead. Even though the dark empath will let you know in no uncertain terms who's boss, they can often still bring out the best in others. When it suits them, they can inspire, motivate, and lead, resulting in a team that works together to achieve goals. 5. They manipulate emotions. Dark empaths are exceptionally skilled at emotional manipulation. This in particular is what can make them dangerous, because for them, empathy is a tool. It can be a dangerous combination when someone can understand others and twist that ability to get what they want. Even though the dark empath may not set out to intentionally harm others, they certainly have the capability to leave some deep emotional scars. 6. Experts of the guilt trip. Basically, a guilt trip is just another form of emotional manipulation, and dark empaths excel in the required skills. Since dark empaths lack empathy, they may easily use their abilities to shame others. empathy is just leverage to get others to do what they want. Unfortunately, the dark empaths rarely use their abilities to display affection or love, like other empaths who do so willingly. 7. They delight in malicious humor. Dark empaths love to play jokes on others who target weaknesses and insecurity. Unlike a dedicated empath who always works to aid someone in pain, the dark empath will work to exploit it. They may use other people's suffering as a way to make themselves feel superior by employing hurtful jokes or put-downs. You might believe that the dark empath is rare, but now that you know what to look for, you may find that dark empaths are closer than you think. You can even find them represented in film and literature as mysterious, evil characters who, as it turns out, have hearts after all. My best example would be The Grinch That Stole Christmas, but there are always others that exemplify this example, such as Robin Hood, who steals from the rich to give to the poor, or a family of vampires who only drink animal blood and abstain from humans. The one thing that all dark empaths have in common is that they can build or destroy on a whim. After reading this, do you know a dark empath? Perhaps they are your best friend and you never realized how they have manipulated you in the past. Now that you are aware of how they operate, what will you do in the future to head them off?
We're just getting started. There's even more ahead. By now, you've begun to recognize that the Heyoka is considered the most powerful of all empaths. Living in a way that is entirely unconventional and deeply transformative, a Heyoka has the rare ability to challenge perceptions and trigger profound self-reflection in those around them. Their very presence can bring emotional healing, breaking down illusions, and revealing deeper truths. But before we dive into the next chapters, where we will explore all the characteristics of this extraordinary empath, take a moment to reflect on yourself. You are likely more empathic than you've ever realized. So ask yourself, have you been underestimating the depth of your sensitivity? In the test on the next page, you will uncover how deeply you feel the world around you. The test is divided into 5 sections, designed to explore the full spectrum of your emotional perception. Understanding your empathic nature will support you on this journey of self-discovery and help you make the most of what's ahead. The empath test. How deeply do you feel? There is no actual written exam to determine if you are an empath like the one you may take at school. There are, however, traits that all empathic people share. Be honest when you evaluate yourself regarding the categories found below that describe the 6 core traits. As you go through the statements, use the thermometer below to gauge how deeply each one resonates with you. The more a statement heats you up, the stronger its connection to your inner experience. Turn to page 40 now and take the test. It's time to see just how deeply your empathic nature runs. Now, take a deep breath and find your space. Wherever you are, make sure you can focus. Pause the audio and answer without overthinking. Your truest answers come effortlessly. Your inner promise, a commitment to yourself. Your empathy is not just a trait, it's the filter through which you experience the world, and more often, it defines how you live in your own personal world. Whether you've learned to keep a certain distance, found a balance, or feel everything with overwhelming intensity, the way you perceive emotions is uniquely yours. I want you to know that there is no right way to be an empath. There is only your path. This test was never meant to label you or place you into a category. Think of it as a tool. one that helps you recognize yourself and understand how your empathy shapes your relationships, your energy, and your sense of self. Now that you have gained awareness, the next step is yours to take. Write down the promises you will make to yourself to strengthen your boundaries and embrace your gifts with greater confidence. Will you commit to protecting your energy? I decide today that. Will you learn to care for yourself as much as you care for others? I aware of who I am. Whatever path feels right for you, never forget this. Your empathy is a light, a strength, and a gift, but only if you allow it to shine without letting it consume you.
It's important to remain grounded. It is important for any type of empath, especially the intuitive empath, to learn to remain grounded. If you are just beginning your path as an empath, you may not be familiar with the grounding practice and the benefits it provides for you. By practicing being grounded, you can safeguard yourself from negative or challenging emotions and unwanted lingering memories. Grounding techniques can help you to create personal distance from any distressing feelings you may become exposed to and can comfort you in times of emotional distress. There are some physical techniques that will help you to work through the unwanted residue caused by your intuitiveness. These exercises will put your 5 senses to work in order to refocus. Put your hands in water. Begin by using warm water first before moving on to cold. Place your focus on the water's temperature and try to describe how it feels on your fingertips, back of your hands and palms. Does each area feel the same? You can reverse the process and begin with cold water and then switch to warm. Does it create a different sensation going from cold to warm than it did from warm to cold? Pick up and touch items nearby. You can even set up a mantle of sorts that will provide you with a variety of sensations. Are the things you pick up and touch soft or hard? Lightweight or heavy? Cool to the touch or warm? As you hold each item, focus on the color and texture of each. Describe any colors specifically instead of generalizing in terms of red, green, or blue, but instead think about burgundy, fuchsia, navy, turquoise, lime, or hunter. Just breathe. You can practice mindful breathing by just focusing your breath as you slowly inhale and then exhale. Take the time to experience each breath as it fills your lungs and chest, and think too about how it feels when you exhale it. Practice mindful eating. Take small bites of food or gently sip a favorite beverage and let yourself enjoy every morsel or drop. Think about how it tastes and learn to allow yourself to experience how things taste and smell. Take a mindful walk. Learn to concentrate on each step. You may even try to count them. Take note of how it feels to place your foot upon the ground and then lift it off. Hold a piece of ice. How does it feel initially? Take notice of how long it takes to begin melting and how the initial sensation of the ice changes as it begins to melt. Relish scents. Everyone has fragrances that they find more appealing than others. It could be a bar of soap, a scented candle, a favorite cup of tea or coffee, or herbs and spices that you like to incorporate into your cooking. Try diffusing appealing essential oils. Inhale and experience your chosen fragrances slowly. Breathe deeply and take note of the individual qualities such as citrusy, sweet, spicy, etc. Mindful exercising. Try some yoga or perform a few exercises or stretches. There are many movements to choose from, such as jogging in place, stretching, or even taking a brisk walk. When you do these, pay close attention to how your body feels within each movement you make. As your hands or feet touch the floor, how does it feel? Take time to listen to your surroundings. There are always noises going on around you, but often people tend to tune them out. Instead, really listen. Do you hear birds chirping? Perhaps you can hear a neighbor's dog barking. You may even hear the gentle buzz of a honeybee. Let each sound cascade over you and remind you of where you are. Take notice of the feelings of your own body. In this mindful exercise, you can perform this by either sitting or standing. Notice how your body feels from head to toe, focusing on each part. Are you able to feel your hair on your shoulders or forehead? If you wear glasses or sunglasses, can you feel them where they touch your nose or ears? Can you feel the weight of your shirt as it rests on your shoulders? With your arms resting at your sides, do they feel stiff or loose? If you concentrate, can you feel your heartbeat, and does it feel rapid or steady? Have you recently eaten? If so, does your stomach feel content and full, or are you feeling hunger pangs? Experience the 5-4-3-2-1 method. Begin with 5 and work backwards, using your senses to list things that you notice around you. For example, list 5 things you hear, 4 things you see, 3 things you smell, 2 things you can touch, and 1 thing you taste. When you try this, you may notice that there are little things that you never noticed before, but there they are, like color flecks in the wallpaper, or the gentle hum of your heating system when it kicks on. Test your memory. Study a detailed picture for about 10 seconds, and then turn it face down, using your mind to recreate the photograph in as much detail as you can remember. Mentally list all of the things you remember regarding the picture. Test your category awareness. Choose 1 or 2 broad categories, for example, dogs or crystals, and then take a few minutes and either mentally or on a paper list as many names from each category as you can think of. Mindful mathematics. You don't have to be a numbers person to use this technique. Numbers can help to center your mind. Just try something simple like counting backward from 100. Recite your favorite prose. It doesn't matter if it's the lyrics to a song, a passage to a book, or all the lines from your favorite movie that you've watched over 100 times. Just recite it quietly. If you choose to say the words out loud, focus on the shape that each word makes with your mouth, lips, and tongue. Should you choose to only say the words in your head, visualize each word as though you'd seen it on a physical page. Laughter is the best medicine. It doesn't matter if you make up your own silly joke or recall one told to you by a friend. Laughter helps to ease the woes of being an empath. You can also laugh by watching a funny animal clip, listening to your favorite comedian, or your favorite television comedy show. It will make you laugh, that's the entire point. Visualize a daily task that you either don't mind doing or you receive enjoyment from fulfilling. Perhaps you love to vacuum, as an example. So think about how great all your floors will look with no dust, dust bunnies, or loose dog hairs on them. Describe a common task that you perform. This can be an activity that you do well, such as training your dog for agility, washing your car, or weeding your garden. Take yourself through the process and break it down into small steps, as if you were going to train someone else to perform the task. If it's painful, push it away. Bundle up unwanted emotions and put them into a virtual bubble and send them off into the universe. Perhaps you hear a theme song on TV that puts your teeth on edge because you dislike it so much. Quickly change the channel. The lesson here is that the show is still on, but you don't have to listen to it. Describe your surroundings in great detail. Wherever you are, spend a few minutes letting your surroundings sink in and note what you see. While employing your 5 senses, be as detailed as possible. For example, you may think, the green bench feels very warm to sit on here in the sun. The surface feels rough, but yet there aren't any splinters. Next to the bench are some yellow fragrant flowers, and fluttering around them is a brilliant orange monarch butterfly. In the distance, I can hear 2 distinct dogs barking, and the air has the crisp flavor of autumn. Imagine hearing the voice of someone you love and trust. If you're experiencing being upset or distressed, picture someone who has always provided a positive influence in your life. Now picture their face and summon what their voice sounds like. Envision them lending you support and telling you that right now, this moment may seem difficult, but you will persevere. Always practice self-kindness. Be compassionate to yourself and focus on saying things such as "you're strong and empowered." Repeat it aloud or in your head. Hug your pet. Pets are very sentient creatures and seem to always know when you need some extra attention. Just sitting with them can make you feel better, and if they are able to be petted, do so, because it will help to lower your blood pressure and ground you. If they have fur, try to focus on how it feels underneath your fingertips. If you have a smaller pet that you can hold in your hand, such as a hamster, then concentrate on how they feel in the palm of your hand. If you aren't at home, you can still visualize your pet and how they always comfort you in your times of need. Make a list of your favorite things. You may not have cream-colored ponies or crisp apple strudel on your list, but come up with some categories that mean a lot to you. For example, you can list things like songs, movies, books, or flowers, and then list up to 10 favorite things in each category. Picture your favorite place. We have all had that vacation destination that sticks in your minds. Or perhaps you go somewhere every day that is your favorite place on earth. When you picture this destination, what colors do you see? What sounds do you hear? Are there any special smells that you associate only with this one place? Recall the last time you visited there. Who were you with? What kinds of things did you do there? How did you feel while there? Plan an activity. This may be something you do alone or invite a friend or significant other along. For example, go out to dinner at your favorite restaurant, take a walk somewhere that holds a special meaning for you, or visit a museum, special event, or aquarium and watch the fish swim. You can add to this event by focusing on what you might wear and add in some jewelry for a special touch. Plan when you will go and anything you may need to take with you. If you are spending an afternoon in the park, you may want to plan a picnic. Hold something that comforts you. Besides your pet, there can be items that give you comfort, such as a super soft blanket to snuggle under to watch television, a favorite t-shirt that seems extra soft to the touch, or a smooth quartz crystal that brings you comfort. Think about how any of these items might feel under your fingers. If you're spending a nice evening at home curled up on the couch, make sure that you put on those extra soft socks and enjoy the feeling that the fabric provides on your skin. List positive influences in your life. Write down 4 or 5 things that you've experienced in your life that have always brought you joy. Visualize each of them and remember how you felt at the time. Listen to music. It doesn't matter if your favorite music is movie soundtracks, 80s rock, or classical music. Just put it on and listen to it as if it was the first time you heard it. How does the music make you feel? Pay attention to any parts that stand out to you. Remembering to ground yourself may not always be an easy thing to do, and you may not always see these techniques work right away, but that doesn't mean that you should give up on them. Try using these additional tips to help you receive the greatest benefit from the above techniques. Practice. Before you reach a stress overload, practice grounding before you need it. If you can get used to routinely using some of these exercises, then it won't be a lot of effort when you want to use it to start coping. Start early. Use a grounding exercise when you first begin to feel bad, and don't wait for your distress to reach a critical level. Be patient. If the technique you tried isn't giving you the results you want, stick with it before replacing it with a different exercise. Avoid assigning values. If you're trying to ground yourself by describing your environment, try not to focus on how you feel about it, but instead concentrate on the basics of your surroundings. What's your level? Before and after you use a grounding exercise, you should rate your distress as a number between 1 and 10. Be honest and assign a level of stress before you begin your grounding exercise. How much do you feel it decreased after using the exercise? By using this measure, you will be able to get an idea if a certain technique is working to decrease your stress. Keep your eyes open. It is often easier to keep connected to the present if you're meeting it head on. Avoid closing your eyes and breaking that connection. Being an empath can be tough on an individual, but grounding techniques can help you to survive the stress that often goes hand in hand with being an empath. Things to openly avoid. Empaths are often overwhelmed by over-the-top behavior, so it is advisable to stay away from certain people or things that will drain you. Remember to focus on your needs as an empath. Avoid overwhelming situations. Anything like loud noises or yelling can overwhelm even the most grounded of empaths. Set limitations within your own home if necessary that limit anger. It may be a little difficult to explain to your significant other that they can't yell around you. However, you can remind them that they can express anger without yelling and arguing. Empaths who are exposed to yelling matches may feel as though they have been repeatedly hit and can leave feeling drained for days on end. Avoid narcissists. The definition of a narcissist is someone who believes that the world revolves around only them. They feel entitled and bask in endless praise. Unfortunately, they throw their weight around, wanting to manipulate the people around them to support their selfish goals. Don't expect anything from them because they are selfish, and for heaven's sake, don't fall in love with one. Avoid rageaholics. This type of person deals with all conflict by attacking, controlling, and accusing people. They feel like they have to yell to get their point across and often behave worse when engaging their family. Avoid victims. People who play the victim card are mentally draining for an empath to be around. Victims never take any responsibility for the difficulties that invade their lives and always have a poor me attitude. Empaths often fall into the trap of trying to help them solve their problems. The problem with the victim is they will never have all their problems solved. Avoid drama queens. Drama queens can drown an empath with too much information and stimulation. The best advice is to never get caught up in their drama. They become energized if you react to their drama, but lose interest quickly if you stay calm. Avoid control freaks. Control freaks feel completely qualified to tell you exactly what you need to do, whether you want to hear it or not. Their unwelcomed and unsolicited advice is very draining to an empath. You cannot tell a control freak what to do. Just thank them for their advice and move along. Avoid non-stop talkers. Honestly, everyone finds these folks a drain, but empaths especially so. Just because empaths are incredible listeners doesn't mean that they should have to listen to an all-day dissertation. They do not take subtle clues, so just excuse yourself. The most reasonable excuse is to tell someone that you have to go to the bathroom. Avoid passive-aggressive people. Even though these folks sugarcoat their hostility and tend to smile when they're angry, that doesn't mean that the empath can't see right through them. Your best defense is to recognize their patterns and address their behavior in a non-threatening manner. Five tips empaths need to protect their sensitive hearts. Sometimes an empath's worst enemy is their inborn desire to help, nurture, and please others. Empaths always have sensitive hearts, and in order to stay mentally and spiritually healthy, need to shield themselves from the world and its expectations. 1. Be extremely selective when choosing who you spend time with. You have a presence and kindness that attracts others, and sometimes they don't have your best interests at heart. Make sure that you create reasonable boundaries regarding your time and when and where you meet with those requesting more time. It is likely that they are unaware of the drain they are putting on you. 2. Recharge your energy field. Empaths can use the power of nature to energize themselves. It can be as simple as taking your lunch hour outside or going camping for several days. Just remember to turn off all your tech and bask in all that Mother Earth has to offer you. 3. Use crystal power. All crystals have different properties and can make a huge difference regarding your energy levels and emotional well-being. Many can protect you from negative energy sent to drain you. See Chapter 5 regarding the best recommendations for empaths and starseeds. 4. Burn sacred resins. There is more to it than just burning sage. There are actually 7 sacred resins that you can use to clear your space of negativity. To increase your chi and connect to your higher self, try these. Copal delivers a crisp, clean scent that can help to purify your personal space and energy field. Myrrh provides an empath with a spiritual connection and healing. The burning of myrrh can clear negative energy, provide enlightenment, and initiate healing. Pinyon pine delivers healing protection and has the ability to nurture an empath. This resin can invoke spiritual strength, and it is capable of creating a peaceful environment. Frankincense brings protection and heightened spiritual awareness. It is also believed that frankincense will enhance intuition, which makes it perfect for empaths. Benzoin is commonly used in churches as incense, but it's best known for providing purification. Amber will provide healing and protection and can shield the user against infection. Amber will directly affect personal energy. Dragon's blood can clear negativity and provide protection when used in your space. Its pleasant fragrance will soothe empaths when they are overwrought. 5. As long as you don't suffer from ophidiophobia, a fear of snakes, you can tune into the power of snakes. Kundalini is a serpent meditation which is a feminine energy found at the base of the spine. When an empath tunes into the power of the snake, they can transform. When using the serpent meditation found below, an empath can recreate themselves. Don't feel intimidated. Begin slowly and build up the amount of time you spend on this technique. Only increase in increments that feel comfortable. Serpent meditation. You can either sit in a chair with your feet flat on the floor, or sit comfortably on the floor with your legs crossed. In your chosen position, keep your spine straight, relax your stomach, and then close your eyes. Using mindfulness, draw your attention to your breath and allow it to slow to a natural rhythm. Be patient because this may take a few moments to achieve. Begin at the base of your spine and try to visualize your breathing as emanating from there. While you slowly breathe in and out, picture your breath entering and exiting this area. Continue repeating this process while you focus on the base of your spine, and for just a few minutes, give this your full attention. If you are able to stabilize your concentration, then your next step would be to visualize a small black cylinder replacing the base of your spine. With this visualization in place, picture a small red baby snake, not a cobra, coiled around this cylinder. It should be looking up, and its mouth should be open. Throughout the course of your meditation, you may notice the snake's body moving with a rise and fall movement. Do not constrict this movement as long as the tail continues to be coiled around the cylinder fixed at the base of your spine. It is perfectly normal to experience the snake floating alongside your various chakras. If this does happen, you can continue this visualization using the new chakra location as your base in place of the cylinder. You can become frustrated if you try to meditate too much at the beginning. Begin easily with small sessions and build up to longer periods. When you are ready to end your meditation session, ease out of it slowly and place one hand over your heart and the other at the base of your spine. Thank the serpent for any wisdom it imparts, and then blink your eyes open and return to your world with a renewed sense of energy.
Chapter 2. The Heyoka Empath. You must have chaos within you to give birth to Dancing Star. Friedrich Nietzsche.
If you have determined that you are indeed an empath, you may be struggling to try to figure out what kind of empath you are. The Heyoka empath may be just the right fit and is the most powerful and rarest of the empaths. What is the Native American origin of the word Heyoka? Originally, Heyoka was created from the culture known as the Sioux, both Lakota and Dakota people of the Great Plains located in North America. The meaning is a sacred clown, satirist, and jester who tends to react, move, and speak in the opposite way of their peers. It is believed that tribal members who experience visions of thunder beings are known as the Wakinyan, and are the only members of the community allowed to take on the ceremonial role of the Heyoka. The Sioux often describe the thunder gods as hurling lightning to earth and depict them as wearing a pair of large horns. The most well-known medicine man in tribal history who referred to himself as a Heyoka would be Black Elk. He stated that he was visited several times during his childhood by the thunder beings. The Sioux often described the Heyoka as possessing a backward nature, meaning that they often performed tasks contrary to how others would execute them. There are many examples within Sioux lore that describe the Heyoka in their backward manner. They may speak backward. They tend to wear their clothes inside out. They may choose to ride a horse backward. They may wash themselves with dirt. They may say the opposite of what they mean. They may express joy with deep sighs and moans. Accounts tell of Heyokas that would complain about how full they were when in fact food was scarce. If it was freezing, they would complain about being too hot. There's a famous Native American quote regarding a Heyoka. Quote, "He was always running around with a hammer trying to flatten round and curvy things, soup bowls, eggs, wagon wheels, etc., thus making them straight." End quote. John Fire Lame Deer. For the Native Americans, the Heyoka symbolizes both a mirror and a teacher, and can display a unique way of asking important questions while using a puckish manner instead of a serious tone. Often they will boldly ask questions that others might be too afraid to pose. Heyokas have the uncanny ability to read between the lines and come up with things that the ordinary man is unable to think of. When they mirror others using some rather extreme behavior, they force the onlooker to re-examine their weaknesses, hatreds, doubts, and fears. The Native Americans believe that the Heyoka wield powers that heal the emotional pain of others, while singing of past shameful events in their life, such as begging for food and acting like a clown. By doing so, they can create laughter during stressful situations of fear, chaos, and despair. It seems as if they delight in making fun of people who take themselves too seriously or boast of having great power. In other words, they use light energies laced with humor to open up people's minds, allowing them to heal. The Heyoka also has an important place in creating tribal codes. Because they're not bound by tribal constraints, the Heyoka can openly violate cultural restrictions, and by doing so, they help to establish customs, rules, and guidelines for ethical behavior. This is a handful of people who can ask why in regard to sacred knowledge, authority, or those council members in charge of power and authority. In the words of Black Elk, only those who had visions of the thunder beings of the West can act as Heyokas. They hold sacred power and share some of this with all the people, but do so through funny actions. When a vision comes from the thunder beings of the West, it comes with terror, like a thunder story. But when the storm of vision has passed, the world is greener and happier. For wherever the truth of vision comes upon the world, it is like a rain. The world, you see, is happier after the terror of the storm. Black Elk. Throughout Lakota mythology, the Heyoka is also referred to as a spirit of thunder and lightning. It is said that they use the wind as sticks to beat upon the drum of thunder. The Heyoka laughs when sad and cries when happy. In pieces of Lakota art, the Heyoka is often pictured with horns, marking them as hunting spirits. In some recorded visions, the Heyoka has appeared as a horse, a dog, a frog, a dragonfly, a swallow, a snowbird, and a nighthawk. Ways to determine if you are a Heyoka empath. This type of empath can act as a mirror to reflect the emotions of others along with their traits, the good and the bad. While Heyoka empaths are known to be wise, they can have a bit of childishness about them too. Since empaths are usually thought of as people who wish to help, this aspect of their personality can be a bit confusing. Signs that you are a Heyoka empath. Check out some of the descriptions listed below of the Heyoka empath and see if they fit you. Are you a little eccentric? If you enjoy going against convention and are often described as a bit of an eccentric, you may indeed be a Heyoka empath. You may try to start things off with some humor to break the ice with someone, but when they don't listen, you often resort to somewhat dramatic measures to make your point. Usually when the going gets tough, the tough get going, but the Heyoka empath takes it a step further and tends to poke fun at situations. If you usually only see the funny side of things, or your jokes tend to rub others the wrong way, you are a Heyoka empath. Do you have a great sense of humor? It isn't a coincidence that a Heyoka empath, or sacred clown, according to the origins of Native Americans, has a fantastic sense of humor. You may have been the class clown, or the guy who always has a silly joke at the ready, but people just cannot resist your comedic presence. The bottom line is that the Heyoka empath's brand of humor is a form of healing, and you use it to assist people when they're trying to understand their lives. Do you sometimes lack tact? This type of empath is not known for their tact and often tells it like it is. They may still express themselves with humor, but they are often thought to be over the top. when this empath applies their humor and satire, they can often upset the apple cart when it comes to the way that others think. The way that they communicate with others may have people questioning what just happened or what the norm is. A Heyoka empath can sense on many levels and is able to pick up on blind spots in others, which can make them incredibly important, but it can also make them someone who is avoided. Standing your ground and speaking your mind may not be a trait admired by everyone. Do people exhibit strong emotions around you? If you have the ability to reflect people's true emotions and personality traits back at them so that they feel like they're looking in a mirror, you may be a Heyoka empath. When you do this, you show them what kind of person they truly are. There are empaths who don't even realize that they can do this, but they may notice that people can have strong emotional reactions around them. Unfortunately, this can often prove to be a negative trait, since there are people that may find you to be overwhelming or irritating. For some reason, this trait can make others angry, and you may find them lashing out irrationally at you, while others may simply adore you. Why? Those people have learned through their interaction with you that they have been provided with some eye-opening information, and they have seen their true selves through you. Are you young at heart? Many Heyoka empaths have been described as childish, but this doesn't have to be a bad thing. It may simply mean that you can look at the world with a fresh approach. Heyoka empaths look at the world with a sort of childlike wonder, and often don't act their age because they feel younger. Along with this, they have another trait of possessing strong creative energy, and are able to do many arts and crafts, producing stunning results. Daydreaming is a beloved habit, and Heyoka empaths are always thinking up new ideas or ways to build a better mousetrap. Do you feel that you are unconventional? If people often describe you as a free spirit, that's not a bad thing. It just means that you're a bit unconventional. Heyoka empaths are known to go against the norm and almost always do what they want despite what others may expect them to do. However, going against the norm can mean that you are, in fact, a spiritual teacher and can help others travel down the path to their own spiritual journeys. Are you emotionally unpredictable? Heyoka empaths never feel the need to hide their emotions, and this can cause some people to say that you are emotionally unpredictable. This type of empath is the social rebel who will willingly go against what conventional society expects of them. Your frank honesty may be refreshing to others. However, some may be taken aback by your lack of filters. Yet others may find it difficult to predict how you will react to things, since you're often a pioneer of going in a completely different direction from the crowd. Do you enjoy solitude? The honest truth is that Heyoka empaths may think nothing of spending days not speaking to anyone and feel perfectly at ease while living in their own little world. They aren't being reclusive, they just want to recharge and relax because spending time alone is exactly what they need. All empaths should remember that relaxing is a very important piece of their empath puzzle. Are you honest with people? Heyoka empaths believe in honesty because they feel that there is no point in lying. Since an empath wants people to heal, they feel that honesty is the best policy, and the personality growth of others cannot be built upon a stack of lies. Heyoka empaths believe that being honest with people means that they will learn and grow from the experience. The Heyoka empath believes that it is their job to tear down the lies that people tell themselves, thus allowing the individual to see their true self. Instinctively, Heyoka empaths seem to know exactly what people need to hear, even if they often choose not to listen. Your honesty may annoy some people, but they will come to understand that what you said was necessary for them to grow. Heyoka empaths care about people. In general, most people care about others because that's just how decent people think. However, the Heyoka empath will care about every person deeply. Even when meeting strangers, the Heyoka will instantly connect with them and feel their emotions. This is what sets the Heyoka empaths apart, because they want to help and heal everyone they meet, no matter how fleeting their encounters may be. Even though some people may not understand you all the time, deep down, they know that everything you do is because you care. Heyoka empaths can sense energy. Besides sensing emotions, Heyoka empaths are also sensitive to the energy emitted from various places or situations. As a Heyoka empath, you will be able to alter negative energy, transform it, if you will, by using your own disruptive energy to turn that negativity upside down. Such feelings can arise from feeling uncomfortable in a particular place or gathering, and you need to be prepared because they can overwhelm you. Because the Heyoka has such a close bond with the universe, they can often find it difficult to deal with overpowering situations, and you may need to remind yourself that being a Heyoka is a powerful and beautiful gift. Heyoka empaths are incredible. Despite life's inevitable ups and downs, the Heyoka empath will embrace those rough tides and often is able to turn them into some amazing experiences. It is the balance of the universe that you cannot have real good without there also being some bad to balance the scales. The complexity to embrace this type of wisdom is what sets the Heyoka apart from any other empath. So if you are a Heyoka empath, be very proud. Your goal is always to help others, and it shouldn't matter if your techniques may sometimes be a bit unconventional. Embrace who you are, and don't feel that you have to tone yourself down for anyone. Common traits that signify a Heyoka empath. Now that you have read through all the signs, there are a few common traits that Heyoka empaths may have in common with one another. Are you left-handed? Do you have dyslexia? Were you born as a breech? Do you appear young for your age? Are you open-minded? If you wonder what these have to do with being a Heyoka, remember that you are a reflection of conventional thinking. This doesn't mean that all people who exhibit these traits are Heyoka. They just are some common traits, and you can still be a Heyoka without having any of them. When you realize that you are indeed a Heyoka empath. One thing that you as a Heyoka empath must monitor is your intention. To do this, you're going to have to honestly answer some questions. Ask yourself if you are sharing your knowledge to truly help someone, or are you only sharing to prove your intuitive superiority? If it is the latter, you must stop it immediately. Do you share your knowledge because of a sense of danger or fear? You must determine if the fear is real or imagined. When you are sharing your knowledge, is it in the best interest of everyone involved in the situation? If it doesn't fit the situation, then keep your information to yourself and thank the universe for sharing the knowledge with you. Superpowers of the Heyoka empath. While there is little information available regarding the Heyoka empath, you should be aware that this is the most powerful type of empath. If you're a Heyoka, or have interactions with a real Heyoka, then the experiences you have come to cherish can be difficult to describe to others. Before you know it, the Heyoka will shift the energy in a situation that can transform pain into laughter. Their talents will bring people back into balance merely by showing them the opposite of what caused them to get stuck in the first place. As a new Heyoka without much experience under your belt, You may feel confused when others around you feel angry, anxious, or distressed by things that have been hidden deep down inside, only to be pulled out into the light by you. Be prepared, as the Heyoka superpowers include the following. All-encompassing vision. If there is hidden symbolism, then you can bet that Heyoka empaths will see it, because they have the ability to see things that others cannot. This ability allows the Heyoka empath to assess situations and address the real problems. Their true objective is to help someone who is facing problems and help them get to the root of them. By doing this, they can assist people to see their true potential, helping them to evolve spiritually. Unparalleled intuition. There is no other way to say this other than Heyoka empaths are quite blunt and literal. Heyoka empaths have intuition and gut feelings that are second to none, and those feelings will serve you well when there's an immediate danger circling you. Work on developing your self-empathy and learn to listen to your own thoughts and feelings. When you disregard this type of intuition, you may begin to second-guess your abilities. A commanding presence. Wielding a strong sense of intuition helps the Heyoka empath to understand others, and with this gift, you can provide them with the support that they need during trying times. Heyoka empaths are excellent judges of character, and it seems that they know instantly if someone is trustworthy or not. Wield psychic abilities. Besides being emotionally gifted, Heyoka empaths quite often display remarkable psychic ability. You may have noticed that you've been able to sense something about a person who could be on the opposite coast that you have shared a previous connection with, such as a past client, friend, or someone you have a passing acquaintance with. Remarkable healing powers. All empaths want to heal the world, and the Heyoka wants to lead the way. Heyoka were given the gift of bringing people back into balance. The way you do this can be quite unconventional, as you may often solve another's situation by showing them the exact opposite. Within your powers of healing, you might display medicine of a different kind, chaos. With it, you are able to use this unusual power to heal and change the lives of others. Heyoka empaths are extremely creative. Heyoka empaths show great skill at being innovative and creative. Often the Heyoka can be doing something completely unrelated when new ideas begin to bombard their minds, causing them to scramble for pencil and paper or the note application on a phone to get all of the ideas down before they are lost. These ideas can come out of the blue and could be the solution to a certain problem. These ideas can even wake you from a deep slumber, because the Heyoka's mind may rest, but underneath those appearances, they are always searching for answers. The true Heyoka is the most powerful empath of all. The Heyoka can mirror people in a similar fashion to the dark empath, but of course their motivations are all good ones. Even though Heyoka empaths are known to do things backward, they don't mirror others to show flattery. Instead, they want to show people, especially those who are acting foolishly, the error of their ways. Be aware that, deep down, there is no malice in the Heyoka's methods. If there was ever an empath who dreamed large, then the Heyoka is the one. They have a drive that empowers them to succeed, and they never lack the confidence to do otherwise. It should be no surprise that the Heyoka empath is known for taking unusual career and life paths, but that's what makes them so rare and unique. They may decide to run away and become actors, or join Doctors Without Borders, and they don't care that people refer to them as eccentric for making such unusual choices. Once the Heyoka has uncovered their true purpose, they will never look back. The Heyoka has the tendency to interrupt people during conversations, and they often do so because they sense that their advice, ideas, and thoughts are more important. While it is rude to do so, no matter who you are, people tend to allow this behavior because the Heyoka empath's ideas are usually more important. It can be hard to contain yourself when you know what the real answer should be and you just can't wait to share it. Heyoka empaths are well known for seeing things in an unusual light, and they pass along their insight to people who otherwise would not perhaps think of their offered solutions. A Heyoka empath will touch others with their passion for life and their entertaining ways of delivering it. Emotionally, this type of empath will differ from most others because of their extreme reactions. When happy, the entire world around them can feel their glee. And when sad or depressed, they may not climb out of their slump for days or even weeks. Heyokas feel a strong connection to the earth, and their spirituality fills them with unending energy. It is this spiritual force that continues to guide them in the right direction and lend them confidence when making decisions. It is this awareness that helps them to build skills and knowledge. However, this should not be mistaken for a large ego, because Heyoka empaths have no ego to bruise. They merely have the utmost confidence in their abilities. How the Heyoka empath should protect themselves. One downfall that affects all Heyoka empaths is that they suffer from emotional overload, which is often brought about by the stresses involved in their day-to-day empathic duties. This happens when your feelings far outweigh your abilities to manage them, and before you are taken over by negative emotions, you need to take steps to relieve your feelings of tiredness, irritability, stress, and general burnout. Below are a few tips aimed specifically at the Heyoka empath. Take time for yourself. There comes a time when you have just had enough exposure to other people and need some time away all to yourself. Perform grounding techniques. See all the suggestions in Chapter 5 that help balance and re-energize your vitality. Set healthy boundaries. Avoid people who overwhelm you. You may need their help from time to time, but you don't want to be taken advantage of. Start a journal and stick with it. Your mind often goes 1,000 miles a minute, and you want to get things down on paper before you become overrun with ideas. This practice can also help with insomnia. The bottom line is that your empathic abilities are important, and you need to look after yourself. Because you feel things deeply, you need to protect yourself and your incredible abilities. Heyoka empaths are earmarked to perform good acts in the world. However, in order to fulfill your destiny, you must be able to take care of yourself first. Chapter 3. Starseeds. Do not feel lonely. The entire universe is inside you. Rumi. Who is a starseed? If you've ever met someone who is described as wise beyond their years, or having the heart of an old soul, you may know a starseed or even be one yourself. Starseeds are described as often simply just knowing things that they probably shouldn't know or have no reason to know. A starseed seems to a telepathic connection to people and is able to feel the energy and emotion of others. Have you ever noticed that you have an uncanny ability to foresee events before they happen? Perhaps you have a gift of ferreting out the potential in situations or people that have yet to be realized. Do you often feel out of place because your interpretation of things never seems to coincide with anyone else's? If you ever feel, have an understanding of, or see and experience things in a different fashion than others around you, there is a high probability that you may be a starseed. There have been some famous starseeds who have changed and improved Earth. Just look at what has been achieved by Abraham Lincoln, Leonardo da Vinci, Einstein, Galileo, Copernicus, Mozart, and Nikola Tesla. What is a starseed? A starseed comes from the universe, faraway galaxies, or star systems, and without knowing their true origin, has settled on Earth and taken on human form. A starseed is a gifted soul who displays an integral harmony with Earth, often possessing highly evolved gifts to offer the planet. Starseeds are born in human form and live life among us, but they have a specific mission to carry out during their time here. Each starseed has a predestined path to follow that will lead them to an awakening. When this happens, they will embrace their mission to help others, guiding them along the way. Starseeds are special in many different ways. For example, they often have extraordinary intuition and wisdom. These particular individuals may also have a number of psychic or healing abilities, along with a broad range of other talents. When a starseed is young, they may feel as if their gifts are a burden that only brings uncertainty, or they may feel distanced, like they don't fit in, even if no one has ever rejected them in any way. While they may be subtle, starseeds often display physically unique features that might make them feel subconscious or like they stand out, such as longer necks, alien-like shaped faces, or uncommon birthmarks. Surprisingly, there is a frequent link between being a starseed and having an unusual birthmark. What the starseed yearns for is the longing to be understood and accepted by those who surround them. But deep down they dream of their home, the galaxy, or the star from which they originated. This is likely the cause of starseeds having a feeling of emptiness, because they don't realize that they're living in a world that will never fully understand their behavior. When starseeds or their ancestors become corporeal on Earth, they tend to forget their origin, their abilities, and their spiritual nature. But it is always there, even if it is buried deep within, and will need to be relearned. As a starseed matures, their truth works its way to the surface, and they must take time to learn to embrace something they were unaware of. In order to assist the Earth, they must first accept and relearn about their origins before moving on to fulfill their special mission, to help Earth's society evolve. Starseeds will have soul contracts with others here on Earth. See below information on soul contracts and why these relationships take place. Soul contracts. These missions are often referred to as soul contracts, or agreements that are made with other souls before being born. These contracts are entered into in order to bring deep changes to the world during their lifetimes. If a particular person is vital to the achievement of this special contract, then they will pop up at an opportune moment, and their part in the change will be an unavoidable part of the path. Some examples might be: who will your parents be? Where will you be born? Who will influence you during your course of life? Who will be your friend? With whom will you build your relationships? People come into your life with the purpose of teaching you about yourself, and they try to answer questions about who you are and who you are meant to become. When these people come into your life, they change you in a particular way. In fact, you'll never again revert to who you were. With their guidance, you will be able to learn about love, how to relate to others, and how to embrace your future path. Soul contracts help you in the following ways. They help you to heal. Soul contracts help you to discover your real path or destiny. With their help, you find those parts of yourself that you have either lost or require healing. Remember that all these relationships are predestined and carry lessons that you need to learn for your life's journey. Be forewarned that these contacts can carry some extreme emotions that may sometimes cause you pain. At first, they may seem like they exist just to injure you and add gas to the fire, but their real mission is to help you to gain awareness of your wounds so that you may find a cure for them within yourself. You may even find that you'll end up repeating these lessons just so that you can practice that which you have learned. They teach us about love. Our soulmate relationships are made before the participants ever meet and are likely the most powerful connection that two souls can make. These cosmic partnerships are powerful and show the path to unconditional love. Our soulmates can bring challenges that we need to face just so we can reach our full potential. Sometimes tough love is necessary to grow. You may find that you have a more complicated path with several soul contracts for your life, teaching you to reach your highest potential through many difficult lessons. On the bright side, after several encounters, you will learn to speak more from the heart instead of giving a voice to your fears. They assist us with embracing our path. Our relationships often mirror the energy we carry. Since we project what we believe in, our contracts can show us how limiting this thought process can be. Our soul contracts will challenge you, stimulate your growth, and help you to put aside anything that may limit your capacity to learn. Your path may not always be the easiest to walk, but that is how you learn and grow. These relationships are important for you, not only because they offer love and support, but they can also teach you to let go of things that distract you, putting you back where you need to be emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. They improve our future connections. Every person who you encounter will teach you important lessons that will shape your future and how you relate to others. Each soul contract carries with it the potential to transform you and direct you toward your destiny. When you allow the transformation to take place, you will no longer hold on to previous patterns. Some relationships will teach you how lovable you truly are. They teach us that it's okay to let go. Each contract you have exposure to teaches you about your purpose. Each time you learn more, you become more empowered and move closer to your true path. Even if this person only stays with you intimately for a short time, they still have a purpose in your life. Once that purpose is fulfilled, the contract is ended and each of you can move on. The point is that the lesson you've learned will remain with you going forward. However, if it is no longer needed, then you will be able to let go. Do you believe that you are one of the starseed types? There can be many signs that will indicate that you may be a starseed, and there are even small tests you can take online to find out if you are one. There are some signs that you can look for in order to tell if you are a starseed. Perhaps you recognize one or more of these attributes. Signs that may show you that you are indeed a starseed. You always seem to have a deep disconnect between yourself and the people who surround you, or with society as a whole. Starseeds are often thought of as different, odd, or strange, and even though you may keep to yourself, somehow you manage to stand out from those around you. You may feel that your energy is in contrast to society. You tend to stay away from conversations that center on negative topics or gossip. You may even do everything within your power to avoid social situations because even among friends, you feel uncomfortable. The nuances of society, the economic system, the educational system, religions, and cultures all seem odd and foreign to you. You may struggle with the concept of superior authority figures, and you often find that you question their rationality or directions. You are extremely creative and find that you have a deep interest in subjects that may seem out of the ordinary. While you may find that you have difficulty expressing yourself through the spoken word, other ways help to get your point across. You are aware that your past lives were not spent on Earth. You may find that you have extreme experiences with paranormal or psychic events. You may experience DNA symptoms such as lucid dreaming, a light sensation in your limbs, ear popping, or the occasional high-pitched ringing in your ears. In addition to your starseed duties, you may also be an empath and feel strongly connected to those around you. Because of your dual duties, you may find that you have healing skills and can make others feel more positive and self-confident. What do you think? Do you identify with any of the above points? If so, then you may be a part of the starseed culture. There are old souls who have lived on our earth many times, some that have only lived a few times, and some that are brand new starseeds. Of all the types of starseeds, the most common here on earth are the indigos, blue rays, and rainbows. Their ranks grow in number as mankind becomes more in need of their gifts. If you are a starseed, you will find yourself drawn to astronomical elements, even if your abilities are lying dormant. Your soul is always aware and knows that your connection goes way beyond the limits of the earth while spreading out into the universe. It is recommended that you learn something about every starseed race. After reading through all of the information provided below, you should engage in a guided meditation so that your inner self can tell you your true origin. The Earthlings. Before reading through all of the starseed types, you should know that Earthlings are not starseeds and have never come from the stars. You will notice that they grasp spirituality in a simple manner and retain a physical and material perspective of life. You'll notice that Earthlings are always very practical, and even if they dabble in crystal therapy, shamanism, or other New Age avenues, they are still very materialistic and possess limited spiritual ambition. Blue rays. These starseeds are highly sensitive and intuitive. Blue rays don't seem to relate easily to most people and are often more in tune with aspects that bubble under the surface. Their early childhoods were typically filled with complex and powerful dreams that most people put down to vivid imaginations. Those dreams are a mere reflection of the intricacies of their complex souls. Most blue rays are highly intuitive souls who tend to be sensitive to bright lights, chemicals, and loud noise. Because they are psychic, they frequently become interested in spirituality and all things that the universe includes. They tend to be the quiet ones who, as observers if you will, possess a capability to connect to high vibrations. They may have grown up feeling neglected or been born into a family that was not spiritual. Because of this, they need to strike out on their own to embrace the spirituality that calls to them. Rainbow. This starseed brings changes to the systems in place, but they tend to sneak them in under the radar. They often possess strong personalities and magnetically draw people to them with their irresistible personalities. Unlike the indigos or blue rays, the rainbows have no problems blending into society, and they can not only embrace but influence people with their abilities. Wisely, they use their intellect to challenge people by mirroring them and assisting them in what needs to be seen. Rainbows are wise and insightful, surprisingly even from a young age, and show a deeper understanding of the world around them, more so than others of the same age. Just as the indigo and blue ray starseeds, the rainbow wields strong will and psychic abilities, and excels at telepathy and clairaudience. These abilities help them to understand mankind and yet remain detached from the negative energies that the general populace may give off. This is advantageous because people are easily drawn to them and their abilities will help to shield them. Rainbows were put on Earth to make a difference, and all starseeds are here to help mankind transcend beyond their limitations. Their soul contracts are not limited to just the Earth and can go beyond those imagined limitations to encompass worlds that could be light years away or even from different galaxies. Sirian. Sirian starseeds are from planets referred to as Sirius A and Sirius B in the Lyra constellation. If you look up into the sky and find the brightest star, that would be Sirius A, while Sirius B is described as a planet of water and is filled with merpeople. The Sirius A starseed is described as having a lion-like appearance. Sirian starseeds are known to be strong-willed and determined, demonstrate extreme concentration, and be serious people who stand by their beliefs and opinions. They will never apologize for their behavior. Even though this type of starseed is able to remain cool under pressure, they have a desire to always be right and approach everything with irrefutable logic. Regardless, their reputation for being problem solvers makes them one of the first thought of for awakening human spirituality. With their connection to all of the natural elements, the Sirians are easily able to follow their mission to save the planet, save the environment, and protect animal rights. This type of starseed is known for their honesty, and they often become leaders because of their warrior-like attitudes. They have a great disdain for people who demonstrate dishonesty and will hold it against them for eternity, never forgiving them for their underhanded nature. Pleiadian. Within the Taurus constellation, there's a star cluster known as the Pleiades, or the Seven Sisters, or the Eye of the Bull, which houses this race of starseeds. Pleiadian starseeds are known mostly as the record keepers of the Earth, and are often described as tall, slim, and long-limbed. In addition, they sport blonde hair and blue eyes. There's a very good chance that you know a Pleiadian. You can recognize them by their caring nature toward people and their special gift to uplift women and children. With their high levels of empathy, Pleiadians are always people-pleasers and often become great leaders simply because they instinctively seem to know how to communicate their great visions. This type of starseed is also known for their high intelligence, deep intuition, and nurturing personality, along with the ability to look at any situation beyond its obvious meaning to find much more below the surface. Their core mission is to record Earth's history. Pleiadians are not afraid of change. In fact, most of their great visions surrounding our planet embrace radical changes for the better. They always want to express their opinions and thoughts, and can often find themselves in communication conflicts because not everyone is receptive to hearing their thoughts. Andromedan. Andromedan starseeds hail from the Andromeda Galaxy and are referred to as the most compassionate and generous of all the different types of starseeds. This trait is what makes them unable to sit still when other people are being mistreated, making them the first to take a stand against all abuse. Physically, they're often described as having an oval-shaped face and a thin build. Besides their need to empower humanity, the main goal of the Andromedan is to spread love and peace. Their heart only knows compassion, and they have the best interests of anyone who they are connected to. They have telepathic tendencies that enhance their understanding and guidance. Andromedans have difficulty with their self-esteem and often suffer from self-confidence problems. When they finally overcome these hurdles, they find that they are able to help others to find their spiritual path by becoming instructors and healers. The Andromedan believes that freedom is paramount and will do anything to ensure that it is kept. In addition, they fight against the manipulation or restricting of people and consider either of these acts as great evils. These starseeds enjoy traveling and love being active. They can sometimes be daredevils, enjoying fast cars, and often excel as artists, writers, or actors. Arcturian. These souls were born on Arcturus, which is found in the Boots constellation and is the galaxy's most advanced civilization known in our universe. While Arcturus is considered to be an angelic realm, it is thought of as the rebirthing place of souls and other etheric forms. The only features used to describe the Arcturian are a darker complexion and low body temperature, with a scaly green body and large eyes. Also, they're said to have just 3 fingers on each of their hands. Arcturian starseeds are known to be intellectual, emotional, and highly opinionated. However, they are also described as withdrawn and stoic. Their high levels of wisdom make them ideal to serve as spiritual shamans, but don't be fooled, because if there is an injustice, they will never guard their tongue. Be prepared for their blunt honesty and their deeply involved conversations. Their main mission while they have a presence here on Earth is to bring spiritual healing and grounding to humans. Because of their characteristics, no one will ever be able to pull the wool over the eyes of an Arcturian starseed. They know instantly when someone isn't being honest with them. Arcturians are highly driven beings and often serve as shamans and healers, bringing awareness into the tribe known as humans. The most well-known psychic of our age, Edgar Cayce, was known to say that the Arcturians are one of the oldest and most civilized races in the galaxy. It is actually rare to find Arcturian starseeds on the Earth's surface, but when they are, they can be found in professions that relate to metaphysics and healing. Lightworker. There are some starseeds who are not originally from any galaxy, star, or planet, but who originate from a variety of realms. Their sole mission is to shed light upon the world. In other words, they live to help people to reach their maximum spirituality lifetime goal. Lightworkers spend inexhaustible hours teaching humans that their maximum spirituality can only be achieved in one way: by living up to the code of utmost kindness. Lightworkers are by far the gentlest of souls and only know love and humility. These starseeds have no common features, but their mission is to spread light, love, and goodness. They are unable to pass judgment on anyone because they refuse to see anything but the good in people. If anyone is looking for the bringer of inner peace, then they should look no further than the lightworker. They spread only positive vibes, no matter where they go, and with only the slightest effort. Speakans, Alpha Virginis. Speakans are the embodiment of light and do not resemble a traditional body when we think of a being here on Earth. They originated in the constellation of Virgo on Spica, and because of their difference in body mass, may take longer than most starseeds to reincarnate. They possess an inner calm, so to the outsider they may seem impersonal or cold, but in reality they are spiritually far advanced and are often filling the roles of dreamers and visionaries. Their mission is to bring the energy of enlightenment to Earth, as they did to their own planet. However, they often find that it takes them a long time to attain their goals. Speakans have difficulties when exposed to the passions of Earthlings, and often need time away from them in order to recharge their batteries, finding support surrounded by nature. By distancing themselves from the mental, emotional, and physical noise produced by the population of Earth, Speakans are able to reduce the effects of electronics, such as laptops, televisions, routers, or mobile phones. To rest properly, they often need to seek out places to sleep that are not contaminated by electronic smog. Lyran. Also from the Lyra constellation, Lyran starseeds share cat-like qualities similar to the feline starseeds. The Lyrans were invaded and displaced by the reptilians. Lyrans feel a strong connection to the human origin story, and their mission is to lead and teach humans about the physical energy tied to their own bodies. It is said that Lyrans are the oldest souls in the galaxy, and like cats, Lyrans tend to take risks and explore new places. Lyran starseeds never focus on the outside world, but still manage to be an inspiration to others. Due to their strong sense of responsibility and the desire to care for others, they may find working with children, especially those who are sick, extremely satisfying. This type of starseed is independent, has tremendous body strength, and has superior athleticism. Orion. Even though Orion starseeds usually hold the position of scientists and philosophers, they originally hail from the Orion constellation. There are a couple of different types of Orions, the Mintaka and Artuvia, and these stars make up Orion's belt. This group of starseeds was among the very first souls to travel to our planet to help with the Earth's evolution. They are often described as having bright blue or green eyes, and are born under the signs of Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn. They will often walk a fine line between believing only in hard evidence and using their abilities to see the profound meaning in everything. Their mission is to learn from humans how to balance their emotional side with that of their analytical and scientific minds. Because of their lack of emotional responses, they often have to practice emotional expressions. Although they are funny and intelligent, they are often unable to grasp the meaning of the emotional being. Often they can be torn because, as much as they love science, they also admire the abstract and still enjoy various hobbies. Orion starseeds have a joint main mission to make people aware of how the world works. They are curious beings who seek understanding through science and research to share with the human race. An Orion starseed has the ability to act equally, using both their mind and their heart, as they work toward a society governed by peace and compassion. Their fondest desire is to help people to see the world as a better place. The Mintaka Orions have a very perfect talent that allows them to see the light within everyone, even if it is very small. Avian. Avian starseeds look basically like any other human, but can exhibit bird-like features or mannerisms. They come from a dimensional realm that is detached from the physical realm, and they exude more energy than humans. They have been tasked with the mission of guiding humans through a more spiritual way of life. The avians are one of the few types of starseeds that work with another starseed group. When partnered with the Pleiadians, they both strive to help humans find their spiritual selves and take on the comprehension of metaphysics. In addition, the avians fight to free humans from the imprisonment of technology and serve as their spirit guides. With their optimistic souls, the avians only see the potential in everything and everyone. Armed with their spiritual strength, the avian starseed's biggest desire is to help humans find their psychic gifts. Avians are known to be very generous and never become discouraged when giving multiple opportunities to others. They tend to stay away from the news because of all the negativity painted in the daily stories. Venusians. The Venusians' original home was the planet Venus, and they are described as tall and attractive beings. When this being adopts human form, they tend to remain in a higher spiritual realm, but at times need to ground themselves to remain and continue their good work upon the earth to fulfill their mission of offering love and compassion on earth. It is often said that the Venusians have a great interest in learning every detail about ancient civilizations, both upon the earth and in outer space. In addition, they have an insatiable desire to know about New Age metaphysical phenomena and how these connect the universe with the divine. Polarian. These beings are considered to be the first spiritual beings who traveled from a higher dimension called Polaris to take physical human form, which is said to be tall and having an androgynous look. Polarian starseeds have a strong connection to the Earth, which means that they can experience the physical vibrations of Earth's natural disasters, catastrophes, and events. These links can cause them to physically suffer, leaving them upset for several days. Their mission is to study all of the information regarding human origins, and this task can often make it difficult for Polarian starseeds to achieve their purpose on Earth. They are said to be empathic and able to teach others how to attain spiritual enlightenment. Their greatest gift is to dedicate their inexhaustible energy of loyalty to the Earth and with it to create unity and harmony for any event they participate in. Polarians represent unity and the close-knit feeling of community. Since they consider themselves to be the bond that holds groups together, they feel a need to be involved in nearly everything. Because of their intensity of involvement, they sometimes find that they may become stuck in situations that require assistance for extraction. Hadarian. Hadarian starseeds were originally from Beta Centauri, and this race has, as a whole, experienced racial trauma due to a warlike group of beings taking over their home planet, causing them to flee or face slavery. Due to an invasion by the Dracos, the Hadarians fled from their home and often feel great sadness about leaving it behind. They are often described as diverse, shy, and introverted, but they have been tasked with spreading unconditional love throughout Earth. Since the Hadarians want to spread pure love, they tend to focus on strengthening strong and happy relationships where they can freely share their love and express their inborn empathy. These starseeds, like the Alpha Centaurians, are here to fight the negativity of the Draconians. They have no ulterior motives. However, their proclivity to express pure love often makes them vulnerable to the intent of manipulative people. Martians. Martian or Martian starseeds originated from the planet Mars, and they remain a little bit elusive since no one has yet been able to describe them. Little is known about them, which is a bit odd since their mission is said to be one of connecting with the human race and advancing their society. Martians tend to want to fly under the radar because they feel out of place and profess that they don't have much interest in anything of a spiritual nature. No one truly knows for sure where the reptilian starseeds originated from. However, this group includes the Saurians and the Draconians. It goes without saying that reptilians are lizard-like, and unfortunately they rarely have a positive mission to complete, and as such there have been only a few rare cases. Their basic mission is to keep all humans in the dark about spiritual enlightenment. Reptilians have the ability to shapeshift and can show physical appearances that can trick humans. What the reptilians want overall is to gain control over human societies so that they're able to manipulate Earth for the benefit of their own civilization, enslaving humans. Thankfully, there are other starseeds that fight against the reptilians. Alpha Centaurians. Alpha Centauri is the closest star system in proximity to the Sun and is our nearest galactic neighbor. For this reason, there are a large number of starseeds on our planet who originated from this star system. They had several reasons to migrate to Earth, but one of their missions is to serve as the Earthlings' protector against negative starseeds, such as the Draconians, see below. Earth needs the Alpha Centaurians because they are known to be analytical problem solvers, along with having a burning desire to protect others against injustices. It should be noted that they focus on physical safety and comfort, and tend to put these desires ahead of all emotional needs. The contributions made by the Alpha Centaurians are necessary for the good of the planet. However, they need to work on balancing their physical focus with emotions and feelings. Draconian. The original realm for the Draconian is the Draco or Dragon constellation. Along with their low body temperatures, they are described as lizard-like in appearance and are very attracted to heat sources. Draconian starseeds are a bit more complex than some of the others because they carry within them a sort of chameleon switch that can go toward good or evil intentions. These beings tend to be drawn to technology, math, and science, but can twist these for either intention. Draconians can be driven by evil intentions, and when they are following evil, they will demonstrate poor qualities like selfishness and being money hungry. They can be manipulative and feel threatened by anyone who seems more powerful. Dracos are most familiar with energies that are based on fear and relate well to feelings of anger, depression, jealousy, chaos, and confusion. Note that not all Draconians are bad, and when they are in spiritual alignment, they work to unite humans to a common goal and fulfill the needs of humanity. Positive Dracos are emanators of peace and often seek to protect Earth and its inhabitants. Maldek. The Maldek starseed is one of the only beings that originated from a dark past and is said to have come from an extinct planet of Maldek within our solar system. What little observation has been gathered has no common appearance from this race of starseed. It has been recorded that the Maldek were originally an advanced civilization dependent on robotic technology. Because of their dependency, the Maldek became lazy, sick, and their quest for power led them to a spiral downfall that destroyed their home. The few that survived made a final journey to the Earth because it was the planet most like their own. Like anyone with a dark past, the Maldeks outgrew their dark beginnings, and their presence on Earth is to guide its residents, the humans, to avoid the same mistake they made centuries ago. They may be able to rest once they're able to educate the population of Earth to find a balance between technology, spirituality, life, and science. Nihal. The Nihal originated from the constellation Lepus, or the Hare, which is located below Orion's belt and on the left side of Sirius. Many of the beings who originated from there have become indigos, and they are often endowed with powers of telepathy. Nihals are thought of as rebellious and are described as often bothered by neurological problems because their DNA has proven difficult to adapt to the Earth. Agarthan beings. These beings originated from inside the hollows of Earth, from a civilization called Agarthan, which is an otherworldly fairy realm buried deep within the Earth. Their features tend to be described as tall, thin, and elf-like. This starseed also has deep connections to the Earth's cycles and events, and is very protective of the environment. This is their mission. Lemurian and Atlantean. Similar to the Maldek, but originating from Earth, the Lemurian and Atlantean starseeds belong to two lands that showcased advanced cultures and technologies. They are generally described as being overly tall and showing animalistic features within their human appearance. The Lemurian and Atlanteans were both committed to innovation and development. However, they did so at the expense of their culture. Unfortunately, their greed ended up leading to their demise, and after the final destruction of their lands, those who were left fled to other territories on Earth. Those survivors have been tasked with teaching humans how to wield advanced knowledge without destroying their planet. Both of these intellects, still harboring their advanced innovation, were able to flourish here on Earth and now serve to help humans to build and create. Where are you from? After reading and studying these descriptions from the different starseed types, did you feel like you had more in common with some more than others? Perhaps something has stirred inside of you, sparking a sense of belonging. Whatever you experienced, it is important that you take some time to acknowledge it and do a little meditation in the hope of obtaining more details. Take a deep breath and try to remain blank for several minutes to see if you can get any glimmer of previous lives that may detail the birthplace of your soul.
Reconnect, remember, return. A meditation for starseeds. Close your eyes and you will see clearly. Cease to listen and you will hear the truth. Be silent and your heart will sing. Taoist proverb.
You should begin by realizing that there is no right or wrong position to use for meditation. Whether you stand up, sit down, or lie down, it is all a matter of personal choice. Always begin your meditation session by taking slow, deep breaths through your nose while you fill up your diaphragm and chest with air. Then, slowly release the air through your mouth. For the next few moments, focus on your breathing and let your mind drift. Now bring your attention back to this moment and focus your full attention on your inhaling and exhaling. How does it feel when you do either? Are there certain sounds that you associate with each breath? If you find that your thoughts wander, pay no mind because everyone experiences this. It's a natural response. Merely redirect your focus back to your breathing each time your attention wanders. Eventually, you will be able to shift your full attention to a body scan instead of merely breathing. Let's begin. First of all, this may be an exhausting journey and it may take time for you to get to this level of connection. But afterward, you will find it easier to return and connect with your dimensional body. Now that you're aware of this, you can start to relax. Sit or lie down in a comfortable position. It is up to you which position will be most comfortable. Acknowledge what it feels like at this moment. Close your eyes and concentrate on the pure energy that is all around you. Inhale and exhale deeply and gently. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Describe how each of these feels within your body. Now return your breathing to normal. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Start at your feet and take notice of anything you feel. Do you notice anything such as a tingling, warmth, pressure, coolness, heaviness, or tension? Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. While you are observing, does anything change? After you have explored your feet, move on to your legs and relax them, taking note of any awareness. Do you notice anything? Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. After your legs, move your attention toward your back. Breathe in, breathe out. And your butt. Have you experienced any energy or changes? If so, what do you notice? Next, relax your stomach and chest areas. Breathe in, breathe out. While concentrating on these areas, observe your breath as it flows in and out. Has it changed at all from your initial way of breathing? Can you feel your heart beating? Is it slow and steady, or do you feel it pounding? If you are feeling tension anywhere or sensations of pain, take a step back and try a quick visualization exercise. A quiet beach or a tranquil meadow will do. They will send relaxing thoughts and breaths to the part of your body that is experiencing difficulties. Once the areas of your stomach and chest are resolved, move on to your hands, arms, and shoulders. Can you sense the air around you? Breathe in, breathe out. Is it still, or can you feel a slight breeze on your skin? Take note of any sensations you are experiencing. Your final body exploration involves your neck, face, and other head areas. Think of each area as if it is the first time you have acknowledged them. Take an inventory of your throat, the chin, cheeks and cheekbones, lips, teeth, your tongue, your nose, forehead, and hair. Try to describe how they feel. You have finally reached the top of your head. Now relax every part of your body and concentrate on the energy that surrounds you. By the end of this step, you should feel your entire body in a state of relaxation. Imagine that your feet have roots, and in turn, those roots reach deep into the rich soil of the earth. Concentrate and feel the connection with Mother Earth as she reaches out to heal your body. Now, embrace the energy of the earth as it rises through your feet, traveling up your legs and into your body before reaching your heart. When it connects to your heart, picture that energy turning into a golden sparkle or tiny firework. Next, visualize your crown chakra at the top of your head. From this chakra, imagine a golden ray descending through your head and flowing down your neck and shoulder area until it reaches your heart. When this ray reaches your heart, it will merge with the golden sparkle sent forth from the earth. This connection will allow you to visualize a screen in front of you. And upon this screen, you will focus your attention and call upon your higher consciousness to manifest before you. This higher consciousness is part of yourself that makes its home in the 7th dimension. It can access all information regarding energies in the universe. Let's go ahead and make that connection between you and your higher consciousness. With a connection to your higher consciousness established, ask it to bring you to the cluster of stars from which you originated. What star do you see? What do you notice about this star? Once you can see this star with clarity, you will be able to make contact with your original starseed family. This is the moment where you want to solidify your connection to your cosmic family. And afterward, your higher consciousness will return you to the planet Earth and place you back into your body. You may end this journey by focusing on your heart and feeling the energy moving through your body. At this point, remember to thank Mother Earth for allowing you to live on this wonderful planet while you continue on with your mission. This valuable connection will explain your existence on Earth, and your life will finally make sense. Inhale deeply and slowly drift back to full consciousness. Don't move. Just let the awareness take over. Start to listen to the sounds around you. Bring your attention back to all your body. Pay attention to your toes and start moving them. Pay attention to your neck and start moving it. Pay attention to the fingers of your hands and start moving them. Now open your eyes slowly and gently and return to your place on Earth with renewed energy. Welcome back. This important connection will enable you to build a better life to serve those in the human race who you came here especially to assist. Your soul remembers. So do you believe that you are a starseed? You may be wondering which starseed you are. Most people don't acknowledge their psychic abilities and therefore never realize that they are a starseed. Emotions run high in our world, and many of our societies deem it as detrimental to be too emotional, so it can be easy to deny what others perceive as weakness. It may be difficult to pigeonhole your starseed type, since being a starseed is not solely based upon the descriptions above. These are only guidelines, and there is always room for other qualities or exceptions. Use your most outstanding characteristic to find yourself and build upon that. A starseed must never lose sight of their purpose. No matter how hard you try, however, your abilities will always come forward sooner or later. Signs and stages of a starseed awakening.
While going through the different types of starseeds, you can tell that most of them can retrace their origins from otherworldly realms. All of them hold some impressive powers and are able to wield them for the greater good. Well, most of them. With very few exceptions, starseeds are here to serve humanity and to fill the world with knowledge, goodness, and kindness. It's no secret that starseeds often feel lost, displaced, or in search of their destiny. These are not lost souls, but they are merely trying to find themselves, and often they don't initially understand why they feel displaced at social gatherings and unable to connect with normal humans.
Recognizing the awakening stages for the starseed. Once you feel the starseed within you awaken, you will need to be aware of the various stages to prepare you for what lies ahead. The life-altering experience. You will likely experience something life-altering that will give your starseed abilities a jump start. It can be anything from a near-death experience to a job change. Everyone will experience these sorts of events, and some are easier to cope with than others, obviously. But whatever it may be, if you are a starseed, it may awaken your dormant self. Change of beliefs. This can be a turning point in your life when you begin to perceive things in a different light. This may be a time when you discover reality and begin to see things for what they truly are. Once the veil is lifted, you will no longer believe in the misleading concepts presented by societies and civilizations. Instead, you'll be able to guide yourself based upon your own beliefs and power. While you go through this change, you may feel some discontent with what you're doing with your life. You could feel stuck in a job or relationship that crushes your soul. If you experience this, you may need to change your circumstances. Spiritual awareness development. When your spiritual horizons broaden, you can become hyper-aware of your surroundings and the people who fill that space. With this growth of awareness, you will have the ability to anticipate danger more readily. During this stage, you will experience lucid dreams that you perceive as real, and you may also develop psychic abilities. You begin to pay more attention toward love and beauty. When this stage begins, you'll start to see the beauty in all things. It doesn't matter if something has always been thought of as ugly and unlovable. Now that your awareness has been awakened, you will only see the beauty, and that is what will make the difference for you, for humanity, and for the world. You will begin to develop more spiritual power. Once you get to this stage, you will feel your spiritual powers grow, and this will set you on your path towards love and compassion for others. The effort you must put in to help those around you diminishes, and you're able to develop a larger understanding of the fear and insecurities of the humans you've been sent to assist. When you bridge the gap between you and your higher self. In this final awakening stage, you become acquainted with your higher self, which will open a sense of clarity within you. When this happens, your mental fog clears, and you will find your true mission in life. The stages above are the starseed stages of awakening, and if you recognize that you are in the beginning stages, halfway through, or have recently completed them, then you are finally finding your starseed roots. Don't panic, because the starseed awakening is a gradual and gentle process that helps the starseed to walk their spiritual path of self-exploration. Some steps may seem abrupt, but the truth is that any major change in your life can seem traumatic. Once fully awakened, a starseed will be able to rid themselves of any fears or limiting behaviors that may haunt them. 1111 phenomenon. Many starseeds will feel a sense of urgency or a feeling that there is something important about to happen. It can feel like you're supposed to be remembering something, but you're unable to recall what it is. Rather like the Remember All reference from Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. If you're seeing the time 1111 appearing before or during a Starseed awakening step, see above, you should know that the number 11 often will appear during these times, and it can bring a familiar feeling when it takes place. While you grow and become more conscious on a spiritual level, you may notice these synchronicities become more common. Starseed individuals may also meet other starseeds, soul contracts, or soulmates at this exact time. These meetings can help with your soul growth and can prepare you for whatever mission may be in your future. When you understand what the 1111 timestamp experience means, you will know why it is happening to you and others like you. To help you understand the 1111 phenomenon, here are a few general explanations to help you comprehend your experiences. Merely seeing the 1111 can mean that your mind is open and aware of synchronicity. Others may not realize it, but you are likely intuitive, spiritual, and even a bit on the eccentric side. Many of those who experience the 1111 phenomenon find that they are drawn to nature, metaphysics, spirituality, and science. If you are one of those people who like to make wishes when you see 1111 on a clock, then you may believe that this special sequence of numbers will tip the scales regarding your wish. You may even be one of the 1111 witnesses who believe that their loved ones are trying to contact you from the beyond, just giving you a friendly hello to remind you that they are not far away. If you don't have either of these beliefs, you may think that there is just some fun-loving sprite trying to alter your perceptions to be in the mix. No matter if you believe in these or other explanations, you consider them to be the truth. When next you witness the 1111 phenomenon, take careful notice of the first thing that enters your mind, or one just prior to the event. 1111 may simply be the universe, your spirit guide, or even an angel sending you a personal wake-up call or a personal call to arms. You can choose whatever metaphor feels right to you, but for now let's just consider this as pure energy. Everything is composed of energy, and it happens every second of every day because energy never stops. When you experience the 1111 phenomenon, it merely reminds you that everyone is connected and unified. Any time that you see 1111, you should always stop for a moment and be thankful for the moment that has been gifted to you. While this happens, remember to send love and light back out into the universe. If you do this, you will always get back more than what you release. 1111 will always remind you of the balance, the power, and the potential of the energy that surrounds you. If you are having an 1111 experience, this could mean that your starseed DNA is being activated or elevated. Your DNA is encoded prior to your birth and can be triggered by certain codes or frequencies that are caused by the number 11. Your starseed mind will awaken or change all because of the exposure to the 1111 frequency. Especially if you are a light worker, 1111 may have been pre-coded into your DNA, allowing you to become a physical body on planet Earth. If you are a light worker, you have special duties here on Earth that have to do with the raising of consciousness within the ranks of humanity. Everyone can make a difference, but sometimes you just need that personal exposure to 1111 to activate your inner humanity. If you believe that you are experiencing this phenomenon for a reason, but you don't know why, then you should take time to meditate in order to ask your higher self, spirit guides, or angels to guide you in the right direction to bring the answer to light. Are you the parent of a starseed child? Let's face it, parenting any child can prove to be a challenge, but parenting a starseed child can come with a whole new set of challenges that most parents aren't prepared to deal with. Starseed children can be extremely sensitive, more so than the average child. There are some points that you should be aware of to help your child deal with the added responsibility of being a starseed. A starseed child's brain will be wired differently than a typical child. They will require special training to adjust to the high-density input that they will receive. A typical human will always favor one side of their brain over the other. We've all heard the terms left-brained or right-brained, but the starseed child will use both sides of their brain equally. This is a sign for a parent to look for, and it can be difficult to become accustomed to brain duality. You will need to build connections between the left and right sides of the brain. This will aid starseed children in the acceptance of higher frequency information and, in turn, will not cause physical side effects. Because the brain is a muscle, it will need to be exercised to build connections between the left and right sides. If your child's brain isn't prepared, they can become overwhelmed, and it may even cause physical symptoms, such as attention deficit disorder, memory issues, hyperactivity, motor delays, speech delays, and emotional difficulties. Children who are not balanced mentally may also exhibit physical balance and coordination issues. Pay attention to good nutrition. It goes without saying that all children benefit from balanced nutrition. A good diet will include healthy proteins, fats, omega-3 and 6 fatty acids, vitamin D, and other minerals and vitamins that support internal systems and help maintain a healthy gut. In addition to a balanced diet, make sure that your child gets adequate physical activity. Various movements, such as crawling, walking, rolling over, or even the simple movement of passing a ball from one hand to the other, can help to develop these necessary neural pathways. Make sure that your child is varying their physical activity so that they're working all of their core muscles and not excluding any muscle sets. Make sure that your child experiences the great outdoors. Nature is very important to a starseed child. They need to experience the scent of flowers, to feel the bark of trees and sap under their fingers, and to experience wet sand between their fingers and toes. While teaching your child to recognize the signs and symbols put forth by nature, remember to teach them about the natural cycles of the seasons and how animal behavior might signal upcoming weather changes. Teach your child the benefit of taking a nature walk as a meditation to deal with any stresses they might encounter. Spending time in nature will help with mental health. It's easy to get caught up in your busy workday and forget that you need to put your child first and be there for them. Children want you to play with them, as they may have waited all day for you to interact with them, and you shouldn't disappoint them. Before you know it, your child will be grown, so take advantage of those play days when you can. Read them a story and forget about all of the small stuff. Respect their boundaries as they grow older and want a little independence, because starseed children can be a bit on the stubborn side. They will question everything, so be prepared. They are going to test your answers. Most of all, as a parent, you need to care for yourself, so pay attention to any feelings of depression or being overwhelmed. Your needs are also important, and if your child is old enough to begin meditation, perhaps that is something that you can do together. Awaken your starseed powers. Before you awaken your starseed powers, you must be sure that they are deactivated. According to Karen Prieto, author of Starseed Power articles, 97% of our DNA is starseed coded and has been deactivated due to the stagnation and the evolution of the Earthling. Can you reawaken those memory strands of DNA? Yes. There are energy points within the starseed anatomy that will link the starseed and the adopted human anatomy. The key is found in the 7 glands of the hypothalamus and how they are kept in tune with your chakras. You can open those connection points found in your body that will allow you to remember all of your starseed memories. And when you activate the points, you will, in turn, awaken the starseed powers and memories. Reasons why a starseed may struggle. Starseeds aren't able to lead normal lives because they have a great deal of information bombarding them, and they enjoy a larger-than-life existence. Their mission is more important than anything else that crosses their paths. Below, please find 5 reasons that starseeds might struggle. Past life experience. Starseed souls are reborn and can carry some baggage left over from their previous lifetimes. Often these souls have experienced almost everything, from abuse to betrayal, and mental and physical trauma always leaves scars upon their souls. Because of this, a starseed wants to play it safe and not put themselves in a position of getting hurt. Until a starseed is able to deal with these past lives, they will be unable to deal with their current physical world. They lack grounding. Even advanced souls can get sidetracked, and when they become distracted by making money or living stable and comfortable lives, they can overlook the wealth inherent in spiritual exploration. Sometimes they can turn these distractions around and use their finances to help heal and transform the world. They experience misconceptions about spirituality and abundance. People confuse abundance with having a lot of money, being successful materially, or having a great relationship. A starseed does not need to be poor or miserable in order to be successfully spiritual. There is nothing wrong with being well off, and sometimes this can even help a starseed to realize their mission because they have financial backing. The age of their soul. Since past lives can often place a wrench in the works, it stands to reason that a younger, less advanced soul may have an easier time traveling the path toward their mission. These younger souls often have more interest in the material world, and because they are younger, they have fewer hurdles preventing them from living in abundance. Following ancestral templates. Older, more advanced souls can incarnate into difficult environments and family templates. They can get caught up in war, loss, and adversity, making it difficult for these starseeds to meditate because of the trauma they have suffered in their past lives. Generations of family and ancestral wounds are often inherited across the stars and the generations used to cross over to the earth. This is the type of wound that makes a starseed struggle with finding joy. In the 5 instances above, a starseed will likely find more success using visualizations and prayer over the practice of meditation. If you are a starseed, know that you are not meant to live a conventional life. What are chakras? If you translate the word chakra from Sanskrit, you'll find that it means wheel. Chakras, therefore, are energy wheels found up and down the length of your spine and body that spin with your life force of energy. These wheels of energy each hold a certain level of your consciousness and awareness. By learning about your chakras, you can bring more awareness and energies to those vital areas of your body. Each chakra is capable of both positive and negative expression, along with its own varied and unique qualities. If you become aware of any negative expressions within a chakra, you will need to heal them until they become positive. By achieving this, your chakra will open. All your chakras need to be opened before you can feel whole, both physically and spiritually. Your chakra areas are where your life experiences are stored. And until all of them are opened, you will be unable to access your past life experiences. Understand your chakras. It will take time for you to understand all of the unique qualities that each chakra is in charge of. Your chakras hold your energy, which allows you to express your creativity, acknowledge your self-worth, show love for yourself and others, always speak the truth, follow your inner guidance, and feel connected. By unblocking your chakras, you will possess unlimited access to the consciousness that resides in them. Unblock your chakras. Each chakra is like a spinning wheel, and if you wish to open it, you have to convince it to spin in the correct direction. Clockwise is the direction that you want your chakras to follow, and having them spin in that direction will allow you to connect with consciousness and allow positivity to flow through your body. If a chakra is spinning counterclockwise, it can block your energy and create resistance. Keeping your chakras unblocked is very important to keep your life in balance. Without the proper flow, you might experience feeling stuck, unmotivated, or low energy. Opening and activating your chakras can be achieved through breath, sound, and movement. If you are still feeling stuck, seeing a skilled energetic healer could help you to recognize destructive behavior patterns that could cause your chakras to close down. Activation points. When you begin to activate, you should begin with the Earth Star and the Soul Star. The Earth Star. The Earth Star is your connection with the Earth, and it is located below your feet at a depth of 15 centimeters. It has been compared to an invisible root system that ties you to the Earth, keeping you grounded. The star of the Earth helps you to integrate your life and your experiences so you can adjust to your evolution of existing as an Earthling. This allows you to develop the awareness you need to expand upon your empathy regarding others, to support your mission in a balanced fashion. The Soul Star. This activation point represents the connection with your soul and can be found above the head at approximately 15 centimeters. The Soul Star allows you access to living your life in the present moment and incorporates that ability with your consciousness that inhabits the realms of other dimensions. Being a starseed can be confusing because you were originally part of several individuals that made up a single consciousness that can thrive in other dimensions. But they are not beyond your reach because the Soul Star aids you in connecting with them and expanding your consciousness. These 2 points gain the name of stars because when visualized they appear as tetrahedral, 3-dimensional shapes, with 4 faces, straight edges, and rather sharp corners that are formed within a sphere.
The 12 chakra system. The Starseed energy map. I'm sure you're already familiar with the 7 chakra system, but to fully understand the energy system of starseeds, you need to know that they often operate within an expanded 12 chakra system. Starseed DNA uses a different kind of energy system that connects with your chakras. This system links their physical and energetic bodies to both cosmic and earthly frequencies, allowing them to access higher consciousness, communicate with their star origins, and fully integrate their mission on Earth. Foundational chakras, physical body and Earth connection. Earth Star Chakra anchors your energy to the Earth's core, providing deep grounding and stability. Foot Chakra governs adaptability and resistance to change in both physical and energetic realms. Knee Chakra balances personal power with humility and adaptability in life's journey. Central Body Chakras, emotional and energetic regulation. Root Chakra governs survival instincts, security, and stability in the material world. Navel Chakra represents life force energy, creativity, and connection to physical existence. Solar Plexus Chakra controls willpower, self-confidence, and personal energy balance. Middle Heart Chakra manages deep empathy, love, and emotional connection with others. Upper Heart Chakra connects to higher compassion, divine love, and spiritual growth. Communication and intuitive chakras, bridging expression and higher perception. Throat chakra governs self-expression, truth, and the ability to communicate authentically. Nape chakra serves as a psychic gateway, linking to higher dimensions and protecting against negative influences. Third eye chakra enhances intuition, inner vision, and perception beyond the physical world. Higher chakras, cosmic connection and spiritual mission. Crown chakra connects to divine consciousness, spiritual enlightenment, and universal awareness. Causal chakra acts as a bridge between the physical self and the soul's higher guidance. Soul star chakra provides access to soul wisdom, past life knowledge, and interstellar connections.
These chakras are the bridges a starseed must cross to activate the DNA lying dormant in their body. You will have to determine what is active and what still needs to be activated by checking your chakras. You have to wait until you are at least 12 years old, because this is the earliest age that you're able to see any information brought over from other experiences or other lives without being influenced by your 12 years of new information. Any time before the age of 12 is not a wise time to try to obtain this information, since the chakra system will not yet be well developed. You will need to know the vibrational level of chakras and their individual frequencies. Don't assume that just because a chakra has low energy, it will have a low vibration, because that would not be true. A chakra can have substantial energy and still demonstrate a low vibration. You will need to map your chakras to know the power levels found in each one. Let's explore the individual chakras a bit so you can recognize the signs of imbalance. Foot chakra. The foot chakra offers resistance to changes. You can experience physical symptoms when energy imbalances have reached an advanced stage. Those symptoms can include suffering from painful and hard masses located in the big toe joint, developing corns or a hardness that is associated with thickening of skin when caused by pressure or friction, fallen arches, warts on the soles of your feet. Knee chakra. An imbalance in the knee chakra may cause you to feel intimidated or even seek to intimidate others. The physical symptoms you may experience when this chakra is out of balance include arthritis, which can include osteoarthritis, lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, or gout. Baker's cyst, which is a swelling located behind the knee area that is full of fluid. Cancers that start in the bone or spread into them. Osgood-Schlatter disease, a painful swelling on the upper part of the tibia, located just below the knee joint. Infection in the bones of the knee. Infection in the knee joint. Root chakra. When you experience a failure to make decisions or difficulties when dealing with matters such as money or work, you may be experiencing a blockage in the root chakra. This blockage can also appear to form depression, laziness, or a lack of direction or goals. The physical symptoms you may experience when this chakra is out of balance can include health issues in the adrenal glands, health issues in the rectum or pelvic tissues, a lack of healthy bones or bone marrow. Navel chakra. A blockage in the navel chakra can cause a lack of willingness to live, dissatisfaction, disharmony with your relationship regarding the earth, family, or people. Physical symptoms that you may experience when this chakra is out of balance can include problems in the prostate, uterus, ovaries, or fallopian tubes, bladder issues, intestinal blockages, appendicitis, reproductive issues. Solar plexus chakra. You may experience negative emotions such as anger, fear, anguish, resentment, or anxiety. You feel out of control with no personal power to say no to others, and you may feel irritated, nervous, or sad. Physical symptoms that you may experience when this chakra is out of balance can include problems with the pancreas, liver and kidney problems. Digestion issues can include gastritis, heartburn, and other digestive issues. Stomach problems. Middle heart chakra. Advanced blockages of the middle heart chakra can make you feel depressed, bitter, filled with sadness or resentment, and have difficulty forgiving others or yourself. Physical symptoms that you may experience when this chakra is out of balance may include circulation problems, heart attack, breast cancer, problems that attack the thymus gland, the heart, lungs, and skin. Upper heart chakra. You may experience a lack of sincerity and feel that you have to express yourself using deceit and lies. You may feel that you have a lack of compassion or spirituality, and you approach situations with a lack of compassion. Physical issues for the upper heart chakra are the same as those found in the middle heart chakra. Throat chakra. When you have had an extended blockage of the throat chakra, you may have trouble expressing your opinions, or find that it is a struggle to say what you truly mean. You may experience a loss of creativity, tend to stutter, or talk excessively, yet say absolutely nothing. Physical issues for the throat chakra when the chakra balance has been prolonged are problems found in the thyroid gland, tracheus, or larynx. Have problem breathing. Struggle with immunity issues. Nape chakra. This chakra in particular is key for your psychic connection with your other selves, entities, and dimensions. If you do not use it correctly, you may find that it can be easily manipulated and swayed to fit your purposes. This can be a sensitive entry point where you may absorb negative energy due to envy or the evil eye. Physical hurdles for the nape chakra when the blockage has been prolonged include epilepsies, seizures, stroke, loss of control of body movements, sleep paralysis. Third eye chakra. If you feel disoriented, lack a feeling of reality, have difficulties concentrating or focusing, or perhaps experience an inability to organize or reason, then your third eye chakra may have been unbalanced for some time. Physical symptoms when this chakra has suffered long-term imbalance include problems in the cerebral cortex, hypothalamus, pituitary gland, and midbrain, ears, eyes, nervous system, sinusitis, headaches, and migraines. Crown chakra. A long-term imbalance of the crown chakra can produce phobias, suicidal tendencies, hysteria, panic, and a feeling of inner emptiness. Physical symptoms when the crown chakra has suffered from an advanced blockage include issues with your central nervous system, neurological problems, insomnia, problems in the pineal gland. Causal chakra. You may feel fragmented or have difficulty finding the middle ground for any problem, instead opting for the extreme left or right. Other issues surrounding a long-term blockage in the causal chakra include excessive rules and extreme debauchery. This chakra is important because it is how you connect with your soul. Straightening out chakra imbalances is a gradual process and may require you to work tirelessly from chakra to chakra until there is a balance. It takes time and commitment, along with meditations, for the release of each and every chakra. This is the best way to connect with all of the information that each chakra has to give us. Empaths who are starseeds or vice versa. Empaths and starseeds are two entities that are typically seen together, and yes, you can be both. Starseeds also display empathic abilities similar to the empaths that we discussed previously. Both are sensitive to energies around them. Both can pick up on emotions, thoughts, and feelings of others. And both need to practice self-care, including grounding and protection. Since both the starseed and the empath can take on the stresses of those around them, they must practice how to deal with negative energies that can affect them. While you can be both, and sometimes these terms of empath and starseed tend to be used interchangeably, there is no direct connection between the two. Empathy will occur when you feel what others feel. However, there are many different levels of understanding, and you can be in tune on any of those levels. Starseeds may display empathic tendencies, but while empaths think more about what others around them are feeling, a starseed might simply be attuned to spiritual needs. The empathic starseed. Starseeds who are also empaths find that they are highly sensitive to energy, and being caught in social situations can make them feel extremely uncomfortable. When they find themselves around many people, they will feel overwhelmed and may even suffer from panic attacks in crowded places. The empathic starseed prefers solitude or a one-on-one conversation. If you believe that you are both a starseed and an empath, then you will likely recognize and identify with many of the following traits. You are highly sensitive to the energies emitted by other people and tend to stay away from large crowds. You feel at home among and are drawn to nature and animals. You are creative. You do not differentiate between people you know and those you do not, because you show the same amount of empathy and compassion to both. You demonstrate an ability to make others feel at ease. You have been called an old soul, and you often feel set apart from others. You have experienced a past life as either a starseed or an empath. You frequently feel overwhelmed in public places or large crowds. Animals always trust you, and even if you've just met them, you experience a strong connection with them. You have had past experiences of taking on the emotions of others, or you can feel their pain. Sometimes those emotions will manifest instead as a pain in your body. You have been described as intuitive, or you may be able to sense when something is off. You have psychic abilities and may be sensitive to pure energy. You often feel like an outsider and are unable to fit in with any age group or find common ground with it. You are unable to develop personal relationships with anyone who is not themselves a starseed or empath. You often experience a desire to go home, even when you are at your own home, and just cannot get comfortable. You may become easily depressed or addicted. You tend to fight for the underdog. You require a great deal of solitude. You find that others want to dump their problems on you, even strangers. You disagree with and question the way society works. Your dreams may feel off-world. You cannot stand clutter. You find routine imprisoning and love to wing it. You may feel fear or experience emotional blocks. You always speak and want the truth. You are spiritual. Above all, you cherish your freedom. You desire to lead people, demonstrating acts of love and selflessness. You may feel that the world is too bright and loud. You remember demonstrating psychic abilities as a child, but may have been told that the actions were wrong or immoral. You may remember suppressing abilities that others ridiculed you for. You are often able to see the bigger picture long before others. You have a strong sense of intuition. You find philosophy, sociology, and psychology fascinating and love to study anything that requires deep thought. you find that people cannot keep up with your thought processes. If any of the above traits seem to define you, then there is a very good chance that you are a starseed empath. There are many things on the list that indicate that empath starseeds struggle to remain on Earth and stay in their limited physical body. Empath starseeds are highly sensitive beings, and because they pick up on the emotions of others, they tend to struggle frequently because their energy fields become drained from all of the exposure. Despite all of this, the empathic starseed is vital for the healing of Earth, and they need to discover their abilities as soon as possible and understand that there is nothing bad connected to the abilities. Empath starseeds do not represent one single star system, but instead may have a background from many. They are here on Earth to help humanity heal, and when the humanities of Earth are ready to awaken, then empath starseeds will assist the population with the transition of Earth into a higher dimensional planet. When an empath starseed becomes more advanced in their abilities, they often become healers for others and rededicate themselves in their journey. These beings cannot help but be interested in the emotions of others, as it helps to feed their spirituality and can power the light held inside of them. It may be difficult for the starseed empath to understand their life mission. What they don't realize is that every time they help someone, whether a stranger or a friend, to realize their gifts, they are completing a part of their mission. An important thing to keep in mind is that not all starseeds are empaths.
Chapter 4. Spiritual Awakening. Seek wisdom, not knowledge. Knowledge is of the past, wisdom is of the future. Lumbe Proverb.
If you are unfamiliar with spiritual awakening, you may be interested to know that the notion of it has been in existence for centuries and spans a number of cultures and religions found around the world. Practitioners often refer to it by other names like nirvana, bliss, or enlightenment. Spiritual awakenings can unnerve you initially, but they also cause you to ask questions such as, "Who am I?" or "Why am I here?" or "What am I supposed to do?" You may feel lost, but can also experience sensations of wonder and excitement. A spiritual awakening can snap your eyes open to where you feel very much alive. Carl Jung, the world-famous psychiatrist, made the idea of a spiritual awakening popular in the Western world around the year 1944. The ability to rise to a higher state of consciousness is an integral part of being a human. What is spiritual awakening? This terminology is used to describe different spiritually related incidents. To use a generalization, spiritual awakening is the act of embracing new revelations, breakthroughs, or spiritual enlightenment that affect one's spiritual life. The idea of spiritual awakening is popular in both New Age and other religions. Salvation brings forth a primary spiritual awakening. Salvation, however, is much more than an awakening. Salvation is an ascension from spiritual death to spiritual life. Before the concept of salvation, we were all considered to be born into sin and blinded from seeing the light. Spiritual awakening occurs when you realize that you are not separate from the unity of oneness, and that your body, heart, mind, and soul are not separate, but that they unify your truth. Honestly, there is no one way to instruct a person so that they can experience an awakening. But there are some commonalities in the chosen methods. The act of awakening allows you to embrace all of your experiences and awareness. Sometimes you may notice an intense feeling of energy or heat around your spine area, and this is often referred to as a Kundalini spiritual awakening. Kundalini spiritual awakening. What exactly is the Kundalini? It is an energy system that runs from the base of your spine to the crown of your head. It follows 3 main phases. 1. The initial phase readies the individual for their spiritual journey by going through extreme suffering to prepare the soul. 2. The middle phase will assist the individual in seeking out the deeper answers of life. 3. The last phase is where an individual will undergo a complete change of character. For example, instead of having doubts, they will trust the divine source and will allow events to happen without interference. So when energy rises from the base of your spine, bottom chakra, and travels to the crown of your head, crown chakra, you are able to feel sensations of energy running through your back and carrying over throughout the rest of your body. Other Kundalini experiences that people report experiencing are feeling tingly sensations in their spine, a warm glow, or even small jolts of energy that can give them shivers. There is nothing to fear from these feelings because they are merely energy. Any energy of this type will show you where on your spiritual path that you are stuck and where your energy flows freely. By honing in on where things cease their natural flow, you can embrace Kundalini or any other energetic experience and apply it to open anything that has stopped flowing. Basically, when you know yourself, you are able to release anything blocking your path to awakening. Kundalini yoga has been used for centuries, and when you participate in a class, you may find that you get a little energy rush after a class or a session. There's nothing wrong with that because shortly afterward it dissipates. The only exception to this is when you experience a bigger energy shift that may have opened or shifted something within. This practice of Kundalini yoga is sacred and is designed to assist one in the self-realization process. It can be an intense experience when you have a sudden awakening and feel unsettling and dramatic. This type of yoga can be especially eye-opening for those who have only experienced small openings and have never experienced a rush of energy pouring through their bodies while eliminating egos and clearing old ideas, habits, and/or karmas that have been blocking the energy flow. Kundalini awakening is not all that different from spiritual awakening because, let's face it, energy is in everything, and it doesn't have to move a certain way to kickstart your awakening. Don't get caught up in a certain kind of awakening sounding better than another, since the ego tends to get tripped up in following a discipline that you don't need. Instead, turn your attention inward, calm yourself, and embrace the changes that are taking place. What can cause a spiritual awakening? There doesn't have to be a life-altering incident for a spiritual awakening to begin, as there may be an everyday, boring reason or no reason whatsoever. There are a few common causes that could spark your spiritual awakening, such as changing jobs, moving, or an inspirational vacation. You can expect life-changing events to cause the awakenings as well. So if you experience something like a divorce, a near-death experience, or losing your job, these may be catalysts of opening your spiritual door. When you sit back and take a good hard look at your life, you may notice things that are placing you on a path toward awakening. You should know that the spiritual awakening process can feel confusing and overwhelming. Below, find some recognizable signs that you are either about to begin a journey through spiritual awakening, or you are already on that path. You feel detached from things that you used to enjoy and disconnected from people who are often the center of your life. When the truth of your life is turned upside down, you may think that you have been living a lie. A spiritual awakening can cause you to change your spiritual beliefs and perhaps adopt new ones. It could mean that you quit your job to pursue a lifelong dream, or examine and change your religious beliefs. Your priorities will change. Are you experiencing more vivid dreams? Spiritual awakenings can affect not only your waking life, but your dream life as well. You may need to analyze the meanings of your dreams and figure out how they connect with the journey you are taking. Are you experiencing frequent synchronicities or feelings of déjà vu? It can be odd when you're just thinking about someone and suddenly they call you out of the blue, or you run into them at the grocery store the next day. Constantly seeing angel numbers is also a sign that you are currently on your spiritual path. You may notice that your current relationships are undergoing changes. Without a doubt, spiritual awakenings are the very embodiment of transformation. People in your life may not always understand that, and may not understand the changes you are going through. Kindly ask them to try to understand what you're going through, even if they do not understand the concept of spiritual awakening. You may notice that spirituality is becoming a more important part of your life. Your spiritual side is calling you, and because of that, you will need to dig deep to find the meaning to and fulfillment of your spirituality. You will make this your top priority. Are you experiencing a heightened sense of intuition? If you are noticing that you have new abilities showing up or increased intuition skills, you should realize that they were always there, lying just beneath the surface of your ego. Once you have awakened, you will start to feel more in tune with yourself. Besides your heightened sense of intuition, you will likely notice when someone is trying to manipulate or deceive you. When someone around you shows a lack of integrity, you will notice virtual alarm bells clanging. Everyone has their own path. As soon as you figure that out, you'll become more accepting of your own journey. With this knowledge, you will understand that convincing people doesn't matter anymore. Realize that every living thing is worthy. What's important is that you have a cause you can get behind and support. It can be purposeful and benefit people, animals, or the environment. Choose whatever calls to you. Approach your choice with a deep sense of service. Spiritual teachers will find you. They may not be teachers literally, but instead be someone who will appear to mentor you or help you along your path. During any time of awakening, spiritual teachers seem to appear out of nowhere to help you. You may feel alone because it can be isolating when you undergo a spiritual awakening. If the people around you have difficulties understanding what you are going through, you may feel isolated. You sense a greater connection to nature and the world as a whole. You may feel less connected to the people in your life and more connected to plants, animals, and other elements of nature. Your senses will become more heightened during a spiritual awakening. While you find that you're able to tune into the present moment, you will become more sensitive to physical, emotional, and energy stimuli. Your body will also become more in tune, and you may notice an inability to sleep or get proper rest. Besides losing sleep, you may notice a number of other physical symptoms. If you are suffering from fatigue or brain fog, don't dismiss it because they could be trying to tell you something. While you transform into a more spiritual being, you may notice that your day-to-day life will begin to change, to include new habits and routines. Make sure that you take time to meditate while you adapt to your habits. Create new, healthy routines that will help to ground you and discontinue any old habits that are no longer supporting you through your awakening. Your overall outlook will undergo a change, and spiritual awakenings can create a new reality for you. Do you feel increased empathy? When you become more connected to the world around you, it's possible that you may experience an increase in empathy. The suffering of others around you may become increasingly hard to ignore, as by taking on the anguish of others, you may feel that this is your call to service. Besides empathy, You will also feel more compassion. When awakening to a new you and a new life, you may discover that you have an insatiable curiosity for the world. It's healthy to stay curious about your life and the people in it. The different stages of awakening. Spiritual awakening doesn't simply happen all at once, and it is the first step on a long path to enlightenment. The process of enlightenment follows many stages. The spiritual awakening. At the beginning of your spiritual journey, you'll question everything you once knew. You may struggle at first, but you will find that you will need to clear unnecessary things from your life. You may not want to at first because some habits may be tough to give up. It may be hard to let go of some relationships in your life, and old belief systems can feel comfortable, like old pairs of sneakers. However, once you clear out some of the antiquated things from your life, you will find room to embrace the new. Otherwise, you may end up feeling like something is missing. It isn't unusual to feel lost, confused, or depressed during this initial phase. The dark night of the soul. This second phase may sound a bit ominous, and it is, in fact, the lowest point in the spiritual awakening journey. While your soul starts to recalibrate, it strips away all of the ego. Once you hit rock bottom, the only place to go is up. The sponge. Once you have reached the bottom of the dark night of the soul, you are ready to begin your ascent. This third phase is all about experiencing and exploring. You branch out and try new things that interest you, such as hobbies, relationships, and more. These experiments help you to figure out what speaks to your spirit. The Satoru self. During this stage, you will learn to recognize and honor your true nature and accept your gifts, skills, and talents. The soul sessions. You may feel like you have reached your final destination, but there are still a few steps toward complete enlightenment. Soul sessions can take quite a bit of time because you're building an actual structure for your life. This will carry you through considerable patches of trial and error while you consider various strategies. This can take years or even decades to work through, and all the while, your soul will continue to grow and heal. Finding the routines and rituals that work for you is a process, and you should not be discouraged when it doesn't take place immediately. The surrender. Surrendering is the second to last step in your awakening process, and it is all about releasing any remnants left over from your old beliefs. This is the step where you can banish anything left in your ego that keeps you from your truth. After such a long time in search of your soul, you will have finally come to know what works for you and what you release that holds you back. During this step, you can finally release any leftovers, allowing you to step into the power brought on by your spiritual awakening. Awareness and service. You have reached your final destination, and by that, it means that you now are fully aware of your divine self. Everyone's journey is different, and obviously, some journeys will take longer than others. By reaching enlightenment, you will be able to not only serve others, but will find a life of happiness. The journey isn't an easy one, but it is well worth it. Along the way, you'll find others who you connect with and are easy to talk to. You will need to remain grounded throughout your journey and develop your spiritual workout, which should include meditation and mindfulness. Spiritual awakenings will change your life for the better. Finding your spirituality. No matter how many people you question about the meaning of spirituality, each one is bound to give you a different answer. Spirituality is your own personal exercise in search of faith. During your search for enlightenment, you may switch back and forth between student and teacher with each phase. Regardless of which religion you follow, there are a few things that you can do to live a more enlightened experience. Each day when you awake, take 10 minutes to calm your mind. Morning is your quiet time, and this is the perfect opportunity to focus your day and follow a positive direction. You want positivity for yourself, for everyone, and for the world. Just take those precious moments to connect with something great. If you have time in the morning, try to work in sessions of meditation, yoga, taking a nature walk, or reading some inspirational words. Those first 10 minutes can make or break your day. Be of service to others. Have you ever offered your seat on a train or bus to a pregnant woman or a senior citizen? The point is that sometimes you have something to give to another who needs it more than you do. Put into action ways to be of service to others. You don't need to be anywhere exotic to locate your spirituality. It's not where you are that matters, but who you are. You can remain in the confines of your hometown and still be able to obtain spiritual growth. Choose a role model. This can be someone who shares your views on what spirituality means. You don't need to change yourself because you are a great contribution to the earth. Your individual spirituality will help you to discover and embrace your spirituality. Keep things simple. Your spiritual success story will not be achieved by the accumulation of money, fame, or power, but instead by faith. Always leave a few moments in your day to forget about your long to-do lists for work and home. Silence your electronics and embrace simplicity. Find spirituality in your dreams. Sometimes you may experience the craziest dreams, and you may wonder what on earth they mean. Your subconscious goes to work every night when you close your eyes and enter rapid eye movement, REM, sleep. While a lot of people consider dreams to be crazy and meaningless, others believe that dreaming is important to our spiritual existence. The key to interpreting your dreams is not to necessarily seek out their literal meanings, but rather any symbols or emotions that the dreams invoke. So here are some common dreams and what they could mean. Dreams about your teeth falling out. There are many theories about what this could represent, but the most popular belief is that your teeth represent self-esteem and confidence. It could also represent insecurity, shame, loss, or grief. If you think about it, anyone would be terribly embarrassed by their teeth falling out. One possible thought is that you may be dealing with shame, but remember that it's mostly about what you feel when you dream about it. If you continue to have this dream, it can represent something that you're struggling with or having trouble working through. It is important to get to the root of the dream, so remember to ask yourself what emotions the dream brings up. Are there any memories that this dream resurrects? And what does it feel like? Is there something going on in your life that makes you feel powerless or that you have no control over? Other theories include that your teeth falling out may represent a transformation going on in your life. It may not always mean something bad and could merely be a sign of growth. You may be experiencing feelings of grief or loss. And lastly, you may have some real-life dental issues. Dreams about falling. One of the most common dreams people have is about falling. Deep down, it probably is trying to tell you that you lack control or that you have a personal struggle that is proving to be difficult. More than likely, you are carrying your daily stress over into your sleep time so that it invades your dreams. It may sound strange, but ask yourself how it felt to be falling during your dream, and then compare it to any current issues taking place in your life. Do you notice any similarities between the two? Dreams about being chased. The simplest comparison to explain this dream away is that you are on the run from a problem that has invaded your life. You may fear the situation, or you may be trying to avoid it. Either way, your subconscious mind is trying to tell you to stop running and to turn and face your problems. By doing so, you will be able to work past whatever is stressing you out, and you will be able to achieve a more restful sleep. Dreams about pregnancy. This dream actually has nothing to do with you or someone you know being pregnant. Pregnancy dreams represent something in your life that is changing or growing. It could be personal or professional as well. For example, you may be in a relationship that is ready to go to the next step, or you may be up for a huge promotion at work. Take time to scrutinize your life to see if there's something brewing that would cause this sort of dream. Dreams about spiders or snakes. Snake dreams shouldn't be scary since they represent healing or going through a transformation. Most medical caduceus images have a snake incorporated into their design. Instead of focusing on the snake itself, look toward what else happened in the dream. Did the snake shed its skin? Was it somehow trapped? Did its presence make you feel afraid, or was it non-threatening? By trying to get in touch with the feelings brought on by the snake, you may develop a better understanding as to why it has invaded your sleep time. Spiders, on the other hand, often represent some sort of deceit or lie hiding in your surroundings. Different scenarios that surround the spider may offer you clues as to why you are dreaming about them. For example, if the spider creates fear, you should compare that to another person or situation who copies that sense of fear. Should the spider bite you, it could mean that you feel criticized by someone. If the spider is somewhere on your body, you should pay attention to where on your body it appears and if it creates any noticeable emotions. Size in these dreams does matter. The larger the spider, the larger the issue they represent. If you dream that the spider is descending from the ceiling, it can be a fairly easy assumption that something important is hanging over your head. Dreams about premonitions. Have you ever dreamed about something only to have it manifest in the real world? A premonition dream may be a bit difficult to explain. However, if it seems that you have more than your fair share of them, you may want to explore your intuitive abilities. You may find that you are an empath, a starseed, or both. Dreams about nudity. Have you ever had a dream that you are naked in front of your class or your coworkers during an important meeting? This sign easily translates to mean that you are feeling exposed or embarrassed about something going on in your life. Unless, of course, you are feeling confident in your nudity. In that case, this may just be a sign of feeling free. Dreams about sex. Just because you dream of having sex with someone doesn't mean that you have a secret crush on them or want to have sex in the real world. Often what this means is that you feel jealous about some personality trait they have. When confronted by strange dreams, especially when they repeat consistently, you should consider starting a dream journal where you can record what happens in your dreams and how it makes you feel. You may find that confusing dreams are really important and that they are trying to show you something that you need to address. Stress dreams. Stress dreams are far more uncommon since everyone has stress. The problem is, if you go to bed in a stressful state, it is bound to cross the bridge and invade your dreams. These stress dreams can be extremely troubling, especially if they are recurring. What is the difference between stress dreams and nightmares? Stress dreams tend to be fast-paced, but go nowhere. Whereas nightmares tend to not only be stressful, but they may place you into life-threatening situations that wake you up in complete panic. Naturally, everyone has different stressors, so you and your best friend may never experience the same stress dream. However, there are a few common ones, and we have listed them below. Arriving late for something important. Misplacing something important. Failing a test. failing to achieve something even when you've tried hard many times. A fire breaking out in your home. Being caught in a tornado, hurricane, or other natural disaster. There are 3 main categories of stress dreams and some common ways of interpreting them. Work. Since work represents your livelihood, you tend to worry about things that affect how you make money to support yourself. Everyone is concerned about finances, so trouble in the office can be of a big concern. However, dreaming about work doesn't necessarily mean that you're stressed about work. Remember that dreams are symbolic, so it may just be how you felt during that dream. School. Stress dreams are common for school-related activities, so you may dream about a test you forgot to study for, oversleeping and missing a class, or forgetting your locker combination, making you unable to get your books out. Stressing about school-related activities could mean that you may not be where you want in your professional career. Relationships. Stress dreams about relationships obviously depict people experiencing a difference of opinion. Someone may be ignoring you or was unable to reach you during an important event. The cause of stress dreams. No huge revelation here. Stress dreams are caused by stress. Whether sleeping or awake, things that stress you out are always taxing your energy. When your mind becomes fixated on worry or overcome with worst-case scenarios, it tends to hang around in your subconscious, only to reappear when you settle down for a good night's sleep. This is why it is very important to take special note of your emotional state during each stressful dream. If your stressors reoccur during your waking hours, it is no surprise that the same stressors will also be repeated during your dreams. Anytime that happens, it is a big red flag, complete with flashing and beeping lights, indicating that you need to take a break and find some healthy ways to deal with your repetitive, stressful dreams. Watch for clues so you can figure out how these dreams link to your personal life. How to cease the stress dreams. If you've figured out that you need to hit the brakes on your stress, it may be more difficult than it sounds. Stopping stress may sometimes be as difficult as throwing a lasso over a runaway freight train. It took time to build the stress up to this breaking point, so you may need to be prepared. Stress doesn't go away overnight. It is something you need to work at, and while there are many ways to ground yourself, see Chapter 5. What works best for this type of stress is journaling before bedtime. It can help to set aside a specific time before bed to journal about what is stressing you. This practice can help to drum the stressors out of your mind before bedtime. Add in some guided sleep meditations before bedtime. By listening to meditations that specifically target getting a good night's sleep, you can be put in the correct frame of mind for blissful slumber. Should a stressful dream wake you halfway through the night, keep your guided sleep meditations nearby to help lull you back to sleep. Analyze your dreams to find your answers. You can even write your answers to some very pointed questions like, what do you represent? Or, what do I need to do to rectify this? Better, longer, and less. Better sleep quality can improve your dreams, and so can sleeping a little longer and practicing relaxation. Less stress is the key. So you are meditating and journaling, but are there other things you can do to improve your sleep? You bet. Eat a balanced diet. It can be tough when you're running from dawn until dusk, but good fuel can make a huge difference. Don't eat a big meal close to your bedtime. Having a full stomach with a considerable amount to digest can make peaceful slumber very difficult. Keep your bedroom chilly. Turn down the thermostat at night. 65 degrees Fahrenheit is ideal, but everyone's inner thermostat may be a bit different. Avoid alcoholic beverages before bedtime. Keep to a sleep schedule. It can be tempting to sleep in on the weekends or days off, but that can often be the cause of an interrupted sleep schedule. What's best is to go to bed and wake up at the same time every day. Look into light therapy and limit blue light exposure after dark. This can be a bit tough to do in the winter when it gets darker earlier, but blue light emanates from your computer, tablet, phone, and television. If you must use electronic devices, consider using blue light glasses that reduce the intake of blue light. Exercise regularly. Keeping fit helps not only your body, but your mind as well. Diffuse lavender essential oil as you prepare to go to sleep. Try a bedtime tea such as chamomile or lavender. The important thing to remember is that stressful dreams are bringing you messages about what you need to change in your life. What are angel numbers? Our guardian angels are around us at all times, not just for those in search of spiritual awakening or starseed ancestry, but everyone. However, sometimes our guardian angels send us messages that are difficult to figure out or understand. Angels are bound by certain laws that do not allow them to interfere with events in the lives of others. Their way of guidance is to send mysterious signs coupled with messages that can only be understood by those who are enlightened. Angel numbers are a mysterious method of communication that brings divine guidance. For angels, this is a common way to communicate to try to get our attention. These numbers are usually a repetition of a sequence that will seem unusual. The numbers work through coincidence or synchronicity. They may be messages sent to you from the angelic realm. For example, say that for several nights now, you've been awoken at 2:22 a.m. for no apparent reason. On a day that you have woken up at this time, you stop for a soft drink and the total is $2.22. You continue to school and someone pulls a fire alarm and everyone has to exit the building at 2:22 p.m. If you continually wake up at the same time every night, it is quite possible that someone may be trying to get your attention. While you are standing outside with time on your hands, your mind may realize that this series of coincidences has been going on for several days. This is an example of angel numbers, and this time it was an alarm, but the next time may be something on your spiritual path that you need to pay attention to. Why do angels use numbers? For angels to communicate with us, they must do so through our minds, and since they are pure celestial beings, they communicate through a higher vibrational frequency than the human mind is capable of understanding. Mathematics is a universal language that is responsible for the evolution and progress of the human species. It crosses civilizations and cultures. So why not be able to breach the language barrier between the species found in the universe? Numbers not only have a vibration that is similar to that of the angelic realm, but humans can also interpret numerical messages. Angels would never trick anyone because they only want what is best for humans. When they try to get a message to you, they are only trying to make your life better. Any combination of numbers should always be checked for special meanings. There's a basic guide to understanding the meaning behind the angel numbers. 1. This is the number of leadership and independence. If you are seeing this number, it could be trying to tell you that something new may be entering your life. 2. This is the number of cooperation and sensitivity in regard to others. It could be that you need to make a more concerted effort to cooperate more, or practice being more sensitive to the needs of others. 3. This is the number of creativity and self-expression. If you're seeing this number a lot, you may have new paths to explore to increase your creativity. 4. This is the number most associated with your career. If you see this number, it may be a warning of your career and changes that might be on the horizon. 5. This is the number of adventure and excitement, and to inform you that good times are just around the corner. 6. This is the number that connects family and home. 7. This is the number that means you are in a position of embracing spiritual purpose. 7 is always the number of the spirit. It may also mean that new opportunities will open up to you soon. 8. This is the number of material prosperity, and by showing you this number, the angels are trying to guide you toward your spiritual purpose. 9. This is the number that represents your soul's deepest purpose, a signal that it is time to begin your true work. 11. This is the number that means you should listen to your deepest intuition. An event may be just around the corner that is meant to raise you up from sorrow. 22. This is the number that emanates from the Master Builder, who is trying to tell you that you have the abilities within you to make your dreams into reality. Repeating angel numbers. These types of numbers are the most often experienced in day-to-day life. When you see repeating numbers, you should recognize that these are powerful tools that the universe uses to communicate with us. Examples of these include 000, 1010, 1111, 222, 333, 444, 555, etc. Why have you stopped seeing angel numbers? First of all, don't panic. The angels may have been in full communication with you for some time, but that is usually followed by a period where you receive no angelic guidance. It may be time for them to be silent while you work on your communication. If you experienced angel numbers all the time, they would lose their power and cease to be special. Remember that angels use more methods than just numbers to send us guidance. Keep your mind and eyes open. Open your mind and expand your awareness. To achieve this, you need to connect with the world and become less narrow-minded. The average person goes through their normal daily lives being pushed from one event to the next, and they can feel like they have lost control. When you expand your awareness, you realize that there is more to life than people allow. When you can feel more in control, events may seem negative at first, only to turn out positive a short time later. How do you do it? Open your mind by always seeking wisdom and knowledge, and you can open your heart by loving and showing empathy for others. How do you open your mind? There are several things you can do. Begin by reading about a subject that you've never studied before. Learning about new things can really get your brain in gear and can help you to see how everything is connected to the universe. If you don't already have a thirst for knowledge, this will open up that door for you. Connect to nature by buying or borrowing a book on birds, bugs, or native flowers for your area. Go out on an adventure and try to identify some of this flora or fauna while walking on trails in your local parks. Take family, friends, or your pet while you absorb and develop a new appreciation of your surroundings. Have a get-together with some of your friends and discuss any subject you wish to broach. For example, talk about spirituality or life's meaning. Before getting started, realize that everyone is going to have opposing opinions, but hopefully you can just agree to disagree with no one necessarily being in the right or wrong. Your talks should be an exercise in formulating and articulating thoughts. Everyone should go into this discussion with an open mind. How to use your abilities and power to serve the world. Be ready for the long haul because it is sure to be quite a journey while you learn how to use your abilities. But once you have, it's time to put them to good use to start serving others. At the end of the day, it is your responsibility to develop your talents and abilities. This is not a reason to panic, since ultimately you've been given them because you are capable. Your gifts have been bestowed upon you to benefit others. Initially, you need to know who you are. Soul searching may take a bit of time and dedication, but it will help you to realize not only what makes you unique, but what your contribution to the world will be. Everyone's abilities are different, and your contribution to the world will be individualized and quite unlike anything that anyone else has to offer. Next, you will need to implement a plan on how to apply these newly found gifts. How will you balance your own life while still being able to use your recently discovered abilities? If you need a little assistance on how to break through to the next level, see the suggestions below. Filtering your skills. You have natural talents and strengths that you need to become aware of. While you sift through your responsibilities, you can weed out those that don't make the best use of your talents. By reducing your frustrations, you can focus more on using your unique set of skills, thereby reducing your frustration and keeping you out of difficult situations. You can hone your skills by doing additional activities that enhance your abilities. In the long run, this will be a more strategic use of your time and will lead you to being your best self. Finding the support you need. Now that you have become aware of your skills, you need to develop a plan, which includes activities that will support you while you learn all of the things you can do and achieve. This includes realizing what kind of team you need so you can delegate things that drain you to others on your team. You are encouraged to delegate some activities to free your time up for other things that require your individual attention. The search for growth. The discovery of your unique set of abilities is the beginning of a huge adventure. Once you have a handle on your uniqueness, you need to ask yourself how you can do things better, how you can apply yourself down new avenues, and how you can best develop each of your talents. Managing your abilities is the key to your future growth and the development of your spiritual awakening. You will find it rewarding to expand your talents, while at the same time experiencing new and exciting ways to use your abilities. Because of your ability to improve and grow, you will find it exhilarating and will crave more. This will increase your self-interest in continually learning and empower you to reach new levels of self-achievement. These rewarding journeys are a never-ending process, but you will find that your life will be more fulfilled while following your path. It may be a scary thought to finally put yourself out there, and you may be hesitant to share your gifts out of fear. Realize that you have been given a gift that corresponds to your ability. Revise your spiritual beliefs. Oh, life is bigger. It's bigger than you. R.E.M. Losing My Religion. Everyone has their own personal religion, whether they realize it or not. It's your perception of the world and how you see your relationship to it. If you desire growth, you need to grasp a better understanding of the world, your place in it, and how you matter. This understanding wakes up your ever-changing personal religion. You begin as a product of your environment, your upbringing, and often the personal religions followed by your parents or guardians. While you age, you may notice certain inconsistencies between your current religion and your perception of the world. You might notice a few core problems while attempting to understand this conflict. You may have been raised with a limited idea of what religion is. It may have been instilled from you since birth that religion is all about God and requires a belief in God. However, the truth is that religion doesn't require a God at all. Your religion is made up of your personal beliefs and your reality. Everyone has experienced having a first religion that is usually a hand-me-down based on the belief of the people who raised you. Your perceptions of the world will change as your life is filled with experiences and exposure to events and the behavior of others. That being said, no two people are going to have the exact same perception of the world, and as you are well aware, the world is full of contrast. These different views can cause both personal and world conflict because ultimately, one person believes that their view of the world is the only correct one. This is why it is both natural and critical to develop your own religion, and with it, your own perception of reality. When you live by a hand-me-down religion, you may feel ingenuine, and that lack of personal balance can lead to an imbalance and even mental illness. Developing your own spiritual beliefs will be custom-fitted to you.
Chapter 5. Empaths and Starseeds should practice shielding and grounding. Energy flows where attention goes. Hawaiian Huna Principle.
Because of the nature of empaths, it is vital that you practice shielding yourself to combat unwanted energies that may bombard you. By giving yourself a protective bubble, you can maintain a balance so that you avoid absorbing negative energies without having to shut yourself off emotionally. How empaths and starseeds keep their calm. Meditate. Meditation is not a practice in smoke and mirrors. It will allow an empath to be aware of and encourage focus and awareness. The beauty of meditation is that it doesn't only focus your mind, but it can affect your body through heart rate and blood pressure moderation. Meditation is not a new concept since it has been around for centuries. It was practiced by the ancient Egyptians with ties to ancient China as well. Many get uptight when you discuss meditation because they fail to fully understand that it is a practice for remaining in a relaxed state, and such states are achieved using many techniques and not just one. Some people can become uncomfortable because they believe that when you practice the art of meditation, you lose control of your mind and yourself, but that's a misinterpretation. Meditation is all about becoming empowered and taking control of situations around yourself. If you have a busy mind and your thoughts seem fearful, meditation will help you to deal with stressful situations. There are a lot of ways to meditate, and there's no one right way. Whatever gives you the best stress relief is the road to follow. Meditation can provide a positive impact when attempting to relieve tensions of the mind and body. When you begin, don't attack meditation full force, because you should start with the basics and build slowly, like you would for any other discipline. You should focus your sessions on these 3 basics: breath, sound, visualization. Breathing is one of the simplest meditations, and you can use this to balance your life in the present moment. Merely sit in a comfortable position and hold your back straight. Then close your eyes and breathe through your nose while focusing on your breath. Inhale for 3 seconds, and then exhale for 3 seconds. When you inhale, you should feel your stomach expand, and when you exhale, it should deflate. At first, you may find that your mind is zooming all over the place, but with practice, you should be able to redirect your focus right back to the present moment. Begin with just a few minutes, and before you know it, you will have reached about 30 minutes. A sacred sound can slow down your mind, and it is pronounced Om, but it is often referred to as Om. You can think the word instead of speaking it aloud, while you picture walking a trail and communing with nature, or riding a beautiful horse through a floral-filled meadow. Different ways to experiment with meditation include mantra meditation. A repeated mantra will help to release your mind and lend support when needed. With mantras, you simply repeat a word or phrase, to aid the circumvention of distracting thoughts. Guided meditation. This method requires the subject to visualize centering themselves around relaxing places. A professional guided meditation is usually provided by a trainer or teacher. However, you can always write your own. This meditation is typically recorded over soothing music, which may or not include sounds of nature. Mindfulness meditation. This type of meditation will provide you with an increased awareness of living in the moment. Mindfulness allows you to feel without assigning judgment. Mindfulness, however, is not a single act and often combines breathing methods, guided imagery, and other techniques. Qigong. Qigong was created as a part of ancient traditional Chinese medicine that incorporates breathing exercises, relaxation, and physical movement. Qigong is especially helpful for the fauna empath because it is all about understanding the strength of nature. Yoga is not merely exercising, but a series of postures that add in breathing exercises. Practicing yoga will promote a calm mind and a flexible body, and encourage you to experience being in the moment instead of focusing on all of the hectic things that have taken place during the course of your day or week. Tai Chi. This gentle form of practicing martial arts connects your mind and body through movement. Tai Chi takes you through a series of movements where one will flow right into the next, using slow and graceful precision. Transcendental meditation. Developed in India in the mid-1950s, transcendental meditation uses a repetitive mantra, which is repeated silently over a span of about 15 to 20 minutes each day, and focuses on transforming awareness to its most peaceful. Apply herbs. Herbs for empaths. Since an empath possesses the ability to feel the emotional and mental states of others, they may need a little extra support. Being highly sensitive can be a challenge, and there are some protective plants that will help you. The use of herbs can help to protect the sensitive spirit that comes from being an empath. There are many plants out there that can help to shield you from negative vibes. Our advice is to give these protective plants a chance and keep trying different ones to find the best fit for your needs. You should know that not all herbs work exactly the same for everyone. So if lavender, for example, doesn't work for your best friend, it may still work for you. Below, find a few examples of herbs to try for grounding and self-protection. Herbs. Thyme is cleansing, and besides sage is a great option for clearing your home. Lemon balm has been used since medieval times and has often been steeped in wine to lift the drinker's spirit. This herb can help to restore the nervous system and heal wounds. Rosemary helps you to weed out your emotions from those of others. Its fragrance will aid you with memory and focus. St. John's wort has been used for centuries against dark forces and for the repelling of unwanted energies. Sage will clear your home of negative energies when used for smudging. Dill has been used for centuries as protection against negative thoughts and aiding with sensory overload. Narcissus helps keep the narcissists at bay and away from your energy field. Rose is an ancient herbal used to teach us to love ourselves and to be kind. Marigolds, also known as the flower of the dead, celebrate the death of things that no longer serve you. Yarrow has traditionally been thought to enhance psychic and intuitive abilities and can also help an empath to set boundaries. Adaptogens and nervines. In Chinese healing practices, these non-toxic plants have been used as stress blockers. They have the ability to bring your body back to a calm, centered state, which allows you to recover from recent stressors. Adaptogens. If you've never heard of the term adaptogen before, you may be interested to know that this terminology was first used by the Soviet Union's Ministry of Health in 1947. It referred to a class of mushrooms and herbs that showed support for the body's resistance to mental and physical ailments, as well as blocking stress. As always, you should consult your physician before beginning any use of these herbs. These adaptogens help with stress. Ashwagandha is an evergreen shrub that is grown in both Africa and Asia that is commonly used for stress. It is believed that ashwagandha can help to calm the brain, lower blood pressure, and reduce swelling. Eleuthero is also a shrub, and the root is used to make medicine. This herb is often used for diabetes and is believed to enhance athletic performance, memory, and thinking skills. Reishi is a mushroom used by Eastern medicine that is believed to fight cancer and boost the immune system. This mushroom is primarily grown in hot and humid locations in Asia. These mushrooms can be eaten fresh, but are more commonly dried to use in powdered form. The rhodiola herb is grown in the cold mountainous regions of Asia and Europe. It is believed to help the body acclimate to stress. Traditionally, rhodiola has been used to treat anxiety, fatigue, and depression. In addition, this herb may help to decrease stress, improve brain function, and manage diabetes. Schisandra is a climbing vine that is native to China and Russia. It bears dark red berries that have been used in traditional Chinese medicine. The berry is often referred to as a 5-flavor berry because it is said to possess all of the basic flavors used in Chinese herbal medicine: salty, sour, sweet, spicy, and bitter. Why is this important to Chinese medicine? Because it can benefit all 5 of the yin organs: the kidneys, lungs, liver, heart, and spleen. These berries have been used to treat asthma, insomnia, flu, and skin allergies. Tulsi. Tulsi is often referred to as holy basil, and it is very popular for use in herbal medicine. The parts of the plants used for medicinal purposes are the leaves, seeds, and stems. It is often used in Thai dishes. Tulsi can be used against arthritis and diabetes, and can provide antioxidants. Nervines. If you're looking for herbs that help to support your nervous system, then choose nervine herbs. Nervines restore balance to the body and can be successful in treating anxiety and insomnia. Nervine tonics have been around for centuries and are often brewed in the form of teas. But people who have more experience make tinctures that are more concentrated than the tea forms. You can often purchase ready-made tinctures at health food stores. If you want to embrace nervine tonics, then you have to make allowance in your mind to accept a non-traditional pharmaceutical way of thinking, especially since there are no equivalents between nervines and pharma. Since there can be some side effects associated with the use of some nervines, and they can interfere with prescription medications, you should always consult your physician before starting to use nervines. Below you will find a few examples of nervine tonics. Chamomile has been known for centuries to aid in the reduction of anxiety, as well as to promote a good night's sleep. Milky oats tincture can be made using immature oats, putting them in water, and then squeezing out the liquid in air, the oats to create a tincture. The milky oat tincture may prove helpful for those with depleted energy. Skullcap is actually produced from a weed. Scutellaria lateriflora activates an acid in the brain referred to as gamma-aminobutyric acid, GABA. GABA can reduce feelings of anxiety, but it is important to purchase Scutellaria latiflora plants from a reputable manufacturer. St. John's wort is often administered in cases of mild depression, but it can also interact negatively with many prescription medications, so you need to use caution while taking this herb. Valerian is often found in teas and tinctures that help with sleep issues. This root has been used for hundreds of years to help reduce anxiety, depression, and stress. Passion flower can help to ease social anxiety and is known for enhancing relaxation. A tea can be made from dried or fresh passion flower leaves and flowers. If you wish to dry the ingredients, simply cut the stems back to any new leaf growth and hang them upside down in a dark and dry place while tied in loose bunches. Lavender is an amazing plant that contains many health benefits in addition to smelling fantastic. Used for over 2,000 years, it has been used in everything from perfume to medicine. Lavender can ease migraines and contains antibacterial properties. Wood betony is from the mint family and has been used to relieve stress, lower blood pressure, and maintain mental health functions. Wood betony has been used to make wound poultices and herbal washes used to clean infections and ulcerated wounds. Both adaptogens and nervines help the body to rest as well as providing nourishment and support. The reason that nervine tonics are considered unique is that they have no pharmaceutical equivalents. Crystals for empaths and starseeds. There's something soothing about staring into the heart of a crystal. Powerful gemstones can help you to remain grounded while going through stressful times. Crystals are known to protect you from the feeling of overstimulation and harm. Below you'll find several of the best crystals for empaths. These can make a huge difference in your energy levels as you need protection, and crystals are emissaries of the earth that will shield you from negative energy and provide you with emotional well-being. Empath protection and healing crystals. I am guilty of being a crystal hoarder, and those who are crystal collectors like myself know that we always benefit from the crystals we choose to surround ourselves with. I began my fascination with a single rose quartz crystal, and, before I knew it, crystals were tucked into every corner of my home. In the book, I've arranged the crystals in alphabetical order, making it easy for you to find exactly what you need. Turn to page 158 and explore their meanings and properties whenever you feel called to. Crystals. Angel Aura Quartz is more than a mere shiny stone and is one of the best crystals for an empath to have. This stone is said to shield your aura, protect you from dark energy invading, as well as enhancing your physical vitality. This crystal can rise to the occasion when an empath experiences the onset of anxiety or depression. Fluorite comes in a variety of colors, and for empaths, it provides balance and clarity. Sometimes when you can't make sense of what is taking place in your head, fluorite can help you to interpret the overwhelming sensations of others. Malachite is another stone that is considered to be among the top empath protection stones, and not just because it is a gorgeous deep green crystal. Malachite can shine a spotlight on good energy and inner strength. Citrine is like owning a piece of the sun, and with that light, it combats dark energy. One of the reasons that it is so beneficial for empaths is that it can unlock telepathic gifts and enhance already impressive gifts. Fire agates personify the immortal phoenix rising from the ashes and can help you to remain calm and motivated in the face of challenges. An empath needs a reminder that there is always a silver lining, even when struggling with dark energy. Chrysanthemum stone provides a shield of protection for an empath. It is unmistakable because of its petal-like crystal structure and its protective energies. Black obsidian will wipe away any dark energy that threatens an empath. After it absorbs the negativity, it will work on repairing your aura if needed. This protection stone is a must for any empath. Hematite is another must-have for empaths. Also a protection stone, hematite brings strength and protects you from bad energy. Clear quartz is a crystal that everyone should have, but it is a powerhouse crystal for empaths. Quartz will remove dark thoughts and replace them with optimism and emotional healing. It also helps with electromagnetic stress, so if your electronic world is stressing you out, try placing one of these nearby. Starseeds must take notice of the ET quartz crystal. This crystal includes multiple terminations or points on an end. They allow you to integrate with all your lifetimes. ET crystals can help you to receive cosmic transmissions and access cosmic symbols and light language. Lapis lazuli can encourage empaths with one of the most difficult things they find troubling, and that is to speak up. If you need to walk away from a situation or to focus on self-care, then this is the stone to help. Starseeds need this stone to help them remember why they came to Earth and what their next steps are. Black kyanite can enhance self-healing, and this is another top stone for empaths. Black kyanite can assist in identifying unhealthy relationships and lend strength when needed. As with other black stones, black kyanite will provide you with protection. Smoky quartz contains a powerhouse of healing and is another top choice for empaths. When you hold a smoky quartz stone, you can almost immediately feel its grounding effects. Lodestone isn't bright and shiny like many crystals on this list, but it is still an important empath stone. It can help an empath to stay balanced and stabilize their aura. A lodestone can help you from becoming overloaded, thereby avoiding anxiety. Lepidolite is a calming stone that is full of pink, lilac, and purplish gray hues. Lepidolite is a soothing stone that helps the empath to achieve tranquility and with focusing on things around you. It is believed to help you discover your real purpose and possible hidden talents yet to be realized. For the starseed, it can also help to develop new paths to follow. Black tourmaline is one of my favorite crystals, and just as with any other black stone, it absorbs negative energy, and if it is infused with mica, it can send any negative vibes back to the original sender. Because this is a crystal of hope, empaths will find it invaluable to add to their crystal collection. Amethyst is a stone that lifts your spirits just by looking at its purple hues. This crystal will lift the hazards of negative thinking and help you to connect with your emotions. Amethyst can teach empaths all about the highs and lows of life. Labradorite has flashy color combinations that captivate the onlooker. Labradorite is known as both the stone of courage and the stone of transformation, and empaths will be able to find courage when they need it the most by having this stone in their arsenal. Starseeds can gaze into a piece of labradorite and instantly feel as though they can look directly into a galactic vortex. Labradorite also enhances your abilities to recall your past lives, engage in astral travel, and communicate with higher spirit guides. Rose quartz is a stone of love, but it can also help empaths to recover from any past traumas that cause emotional wounds. While protecting you from negative energy, rose quartz will help you to sort out toxic relationships. Black quartz is another black protection crystal that is invaluable to any empath. This crystal will cleanse your energy and protects an empath from toxic frequencies. If you're looking for the ultimate protection crystal, then look no further, since black quartz will cleanse your entire energy field to keep you grounded. Golden Healer is a powerful healing crystal that brings the golden light of the universal life force and allows it to flow through your body. As the energy spreads through your body, it clears all blockages and imbalances that can cause toxins within your body. Iolite is considered a stone of vision and its energies will help you to connect with angels and provide you with a higher level of spirituality. Blue apatite is a stone of psychic activations that can help you to make a cosmic connection. It can help to balance your chakras and expand your psychic senses. Moldavite is referred to as the gemstone from the stars and is a must for starseeds. Moldavite was produced initially as a result of a meteor crashing into Czechoslovakia almost 15 million years ago, and it is said to give off cosmic energies that make starseeds feel right at home. This stone has been known to activate chakras, psychic senses, and spiritual gifts. If you want to pursue meditation, Moldavite is thought to enhance your meditation sessions and your dreams. Moldavite can help you to remember your star origins and your missions while here on Earth. Stellar beam calcite is thought to allow a starseed to access the stars. Known as one of the best stones for a starseed, stellar beam calcite will awaken your psychic senses and can connect you with the guidance provided by your star family. This crystal will especially assist the Pleiadians, Sirians, and Arcturians more so than some of the other starseeds. Tektites will help starseeds with grounding and will soothe their energies while here on Earth so they don't feel homesick. Their other attributes include helping the starseed to recall their galactic wisdom and bring it to Earth. The star sapphire is a blue sapphire that contains a 6-pointed star. This stone will help the starseed to connect with their star of origin and guide them toward their life purpose. You may find it taxing to be an empath or starseed. However, many of the crystals on this list can lend support if you're struggling. My best advice is to start small and purchase your crystals over time. It may sound strange to you, but crystals have their own vibrations, and many of them will call to you. As a product of the earth, they will support you through periods of emotional stress and negative attacks. You can always choose to wear some of your stones in the form of necklaces, bracelets, or rings. Even keeping them in a small pouch inside of your pocket will give you a chance to have them at your disposal at all times. The size of the crystal doesn't matter because you set the intention. Meditating with them, even for just a few minutes each day, can provide you with advantageous healing power. Know that being an empath, there is no right or wrong way to use crystals. Meditation exercise using crystals. Find a comfortable and quiet place to sit, and make sure that your spine is stretched long. Make sure that you will be comfortable through the session by avoiding wearing tight clothes or heavy jewelry that might prove distracting. Begin by taking a few deep breaths and only focus on your breathing. Allow yourself to be comfortable and release any tensions you're holding in your muscles. Hold any of your meditation crystals in your hand and allow yourself to feel their natural vibrations. Bring your attention back to your breathing, performing slow, deep, and calm breaths while only focusing on the now. If you feel that you are losing your focus at any time, don't feel discouraged because it is a completely normal occurrence. Should you become distracted, bring yourself back to the now and remain quiet and peaceful. Now try to focus on your body and tune into your emotions while locating your chakra points. Visualize a peaceful field full of wildflowers and butterflies until you feel immersed in the scene. Now focus on the stones and feel their energy. The slow healing of them will soothe and revitalize your mind, body, and soul. At this point, you should be ready to let go of any emotional stress or fears that you've been harboring. Picture a bright ball or beam of energy entering your body and filling you with healing and a sense of safety. Imagine that this light is renewing your energy field. Don't forget to focus on your breathing, keeping your breaths slow and calm. Slowly bring your attention back to the present. Never rush to close your meditation session. Take your time and return to the present when you're ready. Close your session, open your eyes, and carry on with the benefits, love, and positivity that the crystals have provided you. Essential oils for empaths and starseeds. Essential oils have been around for thousands of years, and many of them are perfect for an empath or starseed. These oils possess physical strength along with vibrational healing properties. Different oils have different properties, much like the crystals we just described above. When you first inhale a fragrance, the molecules that make up that oil will pass up your nose to the olfactory membranes located inside your nose. These become stimulated by the odor, which sends electrical impulses to the olfactory center located in your brain. These scents can influence several bodily functions found below: blood pressure, stress levels, hormone balance, heart rate, breathing memories. Essential oils can help with spiritual awakening, and the easiest way to choose one is to pick one that speaks to you. It is a good idea to always have a little to-go kit ready with your top choices. Besides applying directly on the skin, you can add them safely to your bath, or even choose to diffuse them during the day while you are meditating or as you fall asleep. Vetiver will provide the empath with a calming effect on their mind, as well as stimulating mental well-being. Frankincense can be one of the more pricey oils to purchase, but is well worth the cost. It's no surprise that this was one of the original gifts brought by the 3 wise men for baby Jesus. The woodsy scent helps an empath to reduce anxiety and depression, and strengthens the application when paired with lavender. Marjoram is something that you may recognize as a cooking spice, but there are also medicines that have been produced from the plant's leaves and flowers. For the empath, marjoram aids psychic protection, calms the mind, and eases anxiety. Jasmine's floral fragrance is sweet and can uplift the empath, making it an ideal essential oil to stop anxiety in its tracks. Sage is an essential oil for grounding and is often used to cleanse homes by burning dried leaves. An empath will find that sage will decrease depression and anxiety. Lemon, a member of the citrus family, is the most popular of the citrus oils. This oil can help you to cleanse toxins from your body and boost your immune system. Merely inhaling this oil will help to boost serotonin and dopamine levels, and empaths and starseeds will find that lemon essential oil will help to put them back on track. Chamomile has a soothing scent and has long been used to soothe and relax the body. Empaths frequently experience digestive problems, and chamomile essential oil can help with that, as well as bringing a sense of inner calm and grounding. Black spruce, though originating from North America, is through the magic of the internet available worldwide. It is believed that black spruce helps with healing powers, eliminates negative thoughts, and helps you to think clearly. Empaths will find that the balance and calm that this oil offers will help them to establish boundaries. Rosemary, while popular for cooking dishes, can help an empath to look beyond the levels of stress, fatigue, and mental exhaustion to discover restorative energies. Rosemary has been widely used for illumination, and its fragrance can stimulate the act of purging and brings clairvoyance, good karma, and a chance for mystic advancement. Lavender is a soft fragrance and the most popular essential oil in the world. This oil can help to calm the mind and control emotions for those who suffer from anxiety, depression, and insomnia. Cedarwood is a basic oil used to clean the soul and detoxify you from negative energies, stresses, and fears. This essential oil can assist you in finding your higher self. Ylang-ylang comes from the ylang-ylang tree, and its wonderful aroma makes it highly sought after by perfume makers worldwide. Ylang-ylang is known to soothe stress and hypertension and balance the sacral and sunlight-based plexus chakras. Peppermint should be in everyone's household because it provides such a wide range of benefits. It can assist anyone with headaches and sore muscles, and can also assist in the removal of negative energy and helps with centering. Patchouli has a glorious earthy smell that will ground the user spiritually. It is important to remember to choose 100% therapeutic grade essential oils because they are not polluted by fillers and chemicals that some companies put in to stretch their manufacturing dollar. Watch for key words on labels such as propylglycol and put those back on the shelf. Real oils are stored in dark-colored glass bottles because real oils will melt a plastic bottle. In addition, anything other than glass will leach its properties into your oils, polluting it. A plastic lid is acceptable since the oil doesn't rest up against it. Like crystals, you do not have to start out with an arsenal of essential oils because they can be pricey depending upon the oil. The best oil to start with, if you can only afford one, is lavender. Ways an empath or starseed can use essential oils. Use a diffuser to release the benefits of essential oils into the air. This is an instant way to boost your mood when you're feeling low. As a bonus, you can diffuse just before bedtime, so while you are trying to fall asleep, the oil can help you to let go of any anxieties for the day and sleep well. Inhaling essential oils deeply a few times during the course of any day will help to settle your mind. It's a simple process. Open a bottle of your chosen essential oil and inhale. Or if you prefer, you can place a couple of drops in the palms of your hands, lightly rub your hands together, and place them over your nose and mouth to inhale the scent. Take care to dilute the oil if using one of the stronger scents, such as peppermint. Dilute. Make sure that if you are using it directly on your skin, that you dilute it to avoid a reaction. Carrier oils that you may use to dilute include coconut oil, olive oil, almond oil, jojoba oil, avocado oil, argan oil, arnica oil, rosehip oil, and flaxseed oil. Should an essential oil give you the sensation like it is burning, make sure to dilute it with one of these oils. Bath water. Most of your oils can be used in the tub, and all you need to do to receive their benefits is to put a few drops in your bath water. Always research each oil before using it to determine if it is safe to use in your bath water. Essential oils can be added to body oils and lotions. You can even produce your own using your favorite oils. Aromatic spritzers combine essential oils and water that you can spritz whenever you need a pick-me-up or just want to freshen up your room. This method can quickly soothe any emotional states that an empath may experience. Aromatherapy inhalers can be purchased already made up, or you can easily make your own. If you frequently need support during tough times, then these are small enough to carry discreetly in your pocket. Essential oil roll-ons can also be a perfect way to carry your support with you. You can purchase empty roller bottles and add 10 to 15 drops of your most needed oil and then fill the bottle the rest of the way with the carrier of your choice. You can even make different ones and label one for calming and the other for anxiety. You can even cook with them. Try adding just a touch of oregano essential oils to your favorite Italian dish. Essential oils can be powerful and offer fantastic therapeutic benefits. However, you should exercise caution when using oils. Remember that a little goes a long way, And if you have pets in the house, be sure to do your research to make sure that they will not harm your animals, as some will be toxic to them. There are some safety measures that you should follow. Young children, pregnant women, nursing mothers, and some older adults should avoid using essential oils. Consult with your physician if you have any questions. As above, any essential oils can cause illness and be dangerous to your pets, so do your homework. Holistic veterinarians should be able to answer any of your questions. If you suffer from health issues like high blood pressure or low immunity, you may want to consult with your physician first. Always dilute your oils with recommended carrier oils when they are coming in direct contact with your skin. If you have any allergies to nuts, you may want to avoid any essential oils produced from them. Your eyes, mouth, and ears are sensitive areas, and you should use caution and avoid these areas. Should you accidentally touch around your eye area while the oils are on your fingers, use coconut oil or olive oil immediately to cut the burning sensation. Water will only increase the intensity. If you have inflamed or irritated areas of skin, do not apply essential oils to those areas. Always test a small patch of skin just to ensure that you aren't going to suffer from a reaction. Yoga. Think less exercise and more slow down and focus, because that's what yoga is all about. The great thing is that there is no special equipment to purchase unless you want to get a yoga mat. I mentioned before that all you need is comfortable clothing and avoiding anything that is distracting, like a scarf that moves around too much. When experiencing yoga, you will have different emotions and energy levels based upon the poses you're practicing. Many of the poses in yoga help to build your self-esteem and will relax you. Yoga can be an excellent way to keep both your body and mind stronger. Below are a few common exercises with a short description of how to perform each of them. If you are unsure of these poses, I have prepared videos for you to practice with. The Cobra. This movement has the ability to change the way you feel and increase your energy level. Begin this movement by lying face down on the floor. Your palms should rest flat just underneath your shoulders with your fingers pointing forward. As you spread your fingers apart, press your palms down so that you lift your torso off the ground. Keep pushing your palms down while allowing your torso to rise. By now your arms should be straight. Keep your feet, legs, and hips on the floor beneath you, and lift and open your chest while pointing your chin outward and upward. Hold this posture for 3 to 4 breaths, all the while taking notice of how your body feels. You should feel a shift in your emotional state. When done, gently lower yourself back to your beginning position on the floor. Downward facing dog. Start on your hands and knees while positioning your knees squarely below your hips and also your hands directly beneath your shoulders. Tuck your toes under and shift your weight backward and press up against your hands. This should place your body into an inverted V. Try to hold this position for 1 to 3 breaths, and all the while, make sure that you are pressing your hands down evenly. You should be careful not to place all of your weight into your wrists. While performing this movement, notice how you feel in both body and mind. Do you feel power and strength? Next, gently lower your knees to the floor and follow suit with the rest of your upper body. Any time that you need to stop or rest, do so. You may need more muscle memory before executing the next yoga movement. Upward facing dog. Like the cobra, the upward facing dog opens the chest and stretches out your back. Begin by facing the floor and keep your hands at your sides with the palms on the floor right next to your chest. Face forward. Inhale and squeeze your shoulder blades together. Now exhale and press down on your hands while raising your torso. Slowly pull your shoulder blades back while lifting your rib cage. Hold for a few breaths and take notice of how you feel. Gently lower yourself back to lying face down. When you are physically able to execute all three of these poses, notice how you felt in your mind and body. Ask yourself which of the exercises felt inspiring. There are other poses you can explore for additional benefits. Writing. If you want a great way to develop your abilities to express yourself, take up journaling. What better way to let go of incidents than to let it all out on paper? By putting pen to paper, you can manage your stress and anxiety while closing up your concerns at night in between sheets of paper, allowing you to snuggle under your own more comfortable sheets. If you are at a loss for your daily journaling, you can always pick other subjects to explore. For example, pick your favorite season. And for this example, we will choose spring. What are your favorite things to do in the spring? What do you look forward to the most during this season? What does spring mean to you? When you are first starting your writing experience, you may want to establish a journaling routine. Try choosing some topics that you can rotate between easily, while adding just a bit of vision into your writing. Below, find some examples that you can start with. Write about adventures you have experienced. They do not have to be big, like climbing Mount Everest. You can keep them simple. For example, perhaps there's a cute little store of antique knickknacks that you always wanted to browse through. What did you experience? Did anything in the store make you feel a particular way? Have you gotten a new dog recently? You can journal about your daily adventures and training exercises. Are you trying to train your dog to learn some new tricks? What methods worked? Write about 3 new things that you want to try. Music. Listening to certain types of music can affect your mood and can help you to slow down your breathing. You will want to look for music that you enjoy listening to, but that has a slow, calming tempo with no lyrics to distract you. When you find music that works for you, focus on it and let the music speak to you. Learn which pieces calm you down or drive your energy when you are in dire need of recharging. Art. The world of art is filled with textures and colors that can help you to practice mindfulness through drawing, painting, or even doodling. Don't overthink your artistic abilities because it can be a process much like any other kind of meditation. Observe instead how it feels to hold a paintbrush, the sound a pencil makes as you stroke the paper, the smell of the paint you are using, or the freedom you use when creating your art. If drawing or painting isn't your style, there are other ways to create art. The whole point is to find your niche, and that isn't always easy until you have explored a lot of avenues. Even if you aren't artistically inclined, never underestimate the benefit of a whimsical doodle. Choose something fun and just go with it. Walking in nature. Nature walks are perfect for an empath, but especially the flora and fauna empaths. A walk through nature will heighten your tranquility while you focus on the simple task of physically walking. This sort of meditation also works well for those who find it difficult to sit still. Structure your walk by choosing a beginning and an end, and you can add in different ways to change it up by adding in bird watching or bringing along your trusty dog. Animals are an enjoyable addition to your walk, and your pets can show you a range of emotions while at home too. Take time to notice how your animals take in the world around them. And you can also tell that they are experts at body language. Watch your dog's reactions the next time you leave for work, go for a walk, or get into the car to see the vet, and notice that your dog knows exactly what is going to happen based upon your habits and body language. Being outdoors can lift anyone's spirits, especially when you can get away from the hustle and bustle and enjoy a few moments in a park, just watching the butterflies flutter from flower to flower. While you take in the wonders of nature, your mind will focus on the moment and clear any negativity from your mind. Mindful walking is simple. The only thing you need to do is be present and notice what is happening within your body and mind. Even if you get caught in a gentle shower, try to enjoy the fresh smell and the sound of the raindrops hitting the pavement.
Chapter 6. Animals Speak. But ask the beasts, and they will teach you, the birds of the heavens, and they will tell you, or speak to the earth, and it will teach you, and the fish of the sea will declare to you. Job 12, 7-8.
But are you truly listening? We encounter animal life every day, but you probably haven't given the encounters much thought. Whether you realize it or not, animals teach us all we need to know about communication and respect. Animals appear in everyone's life, and they offer us guidance and support. All we need to do is recognize and accept it. The truth is that animal spirits in their physical form give direction to everyone, including empaths and starseeds. The benefits of animal medicine. You don't necessarily need to be an empath or starseed to benefit from the animal kingdom. Native American culture is filled with examples of the healing that specific animals can bring into our lives. No matter which kind of empath you are, remember to pay attention to any creatures that seem to continually cross your path. They are bringing you a message, and you should pay attention to what they're trying to teach you. Animal totems have been used for longer than anyone can remember, and their spirit beings have permeated every religion in one way or another, because spirit guides often take the form of animals. Ancient gods and goddesses often were depicted as animals, had animal attributes, or were accompanied by a particular animal. Native Americans portray these animals from the spirit realm through their rituals and their dance, in order to help them to establish a closer bond with these spirit guides. What is an animal totem? Animal totems are a form of spirit guide. The basis of animal totem belief is that all things have a spirit. While animals may not share the same form of intelligence as humans, they still have their own motivations and awareness. By exploring your animal totem, you will begin a new journey toward your spiritual quest. Once you are able to recognize the animals included on your totem, you must then gain the knowledge that accompanies them and how to interpret that knowledge. The guide to achieving this comes mostly through Native American teachings, since they have always been highly tuned to their spiritual sides. Through their beliefs, we realize that animals have special powers that prove beneficial for your spiritual well-being. When you learn to listen, you may be pleasantly surprised at what animal totems have to say to you. Many people have reported that when in danger or times of trouble, their spirit guides have appeared to them, either physically or mentally, at precisely the right moment to avert impending disaster. The more you understand your personal totem, the better you'll be able to understand yourself, because as you learn to identify and recognize your animal totems, you will understand different aspects of your life. How to identify your animal totem? You can begin to discover your animal totems by simply analyzing the animals in your life that have held your highest interest. Below are a number of questions to help you figure out which animals are your totems. The reason to ask questions like these is that we are drawn to those animals that hold our highest fascination, and they also offer us the best lessons. Which bird or animal has always held a bit of fascination for you? What animal do you rush to see when given a chance to experience more than your usual house pets? For example, If you are on a road trip and can't wait to get out of your car to watch horses grazing in a field. If this is the same animal you have rushed to see since childhood, then it is a strong contender for your animal totem, because children are naturally drawn to animals that they find important. What animals do you frequently see while surrounded by nature? If given the entire world to choose from, which animals are the most interesting to you? Do you have an animal that always frightens you? You often need to face things that scare you. When you can confront your fears, you gain power. Have you ever been attacked or bitten by an animal? When you survive these attacks, your totem is testing your power. Do you dream about particular animals? Perhaps there's an animal dream that you've never forgotten because it has touched something deep inside of you. This can be particularly important if they are recurring dreams. Basic Totems 101. Certain basic beliefs are common to any animal totem. Each animal possesses a powerful spirit. This spirit may be the animal's own or a being using the animal's image in order to communicate messages to a human. Every animal has its own special talents that help you to develop your unique abilities. The animal always chooses the person. If you try to choose your own animal thinking that they will bring you power, the end result is that you will only find frustration. No animal is more glamorous or powerful than another. If you wait for the animal to come to you, then you will have success. Animals need to warm up to you, and you cannot force things. They command respect before they allow you to communicate with them. This connection will take time and patience. Honor your totem animal. You can do this in several ways, such as reading and learning about them, drawing pictures of them, possibly displaying crystals cut out in their forms, fetishes, or donating to wildlife organizations, etc. Once you have mastered the connection with an animal, then this relationship will allow you to bond with other animals, since you are not limited to just one animal totem. You may have one or several animals that remain throughout your lifetime, while others may come and go during difficult periods in your life. More than one person can work with the same animal totem. Each animal will speak to you individually, and while you develop your own animal speak, realize that they will come to you while you are meditating, in your dreams, or while awake and performing tasks in your life. They may not be a live creature, but a photo, postcard, statue, or book. You must draw upon your creative imagination to awaken the power of your animal totem. To solidify your relationship with your totem, here are 5 specific things you should do to help you to honor your connection. 1. Learn as much about your spirit animal as possible by reading about it and learning about all its habits and behaviors. If for some reason your totem animal brings about feelings of fear, you should try to check out a book from the children's section that gives you a less threatening description of your animal. 2. Find pictures and artwork that depict your animal totem. Place these where you can see them throughout the day to continually remind you about the relationship you're trying to establish. 3. Sketch or doodle pictures of your totem animal. You don't need to feel any pressure to produce great works of art. Drawing or doodling help you to build upon your relationship. 4. Buy figurines of your totem animal. By no means feel pressured to make these purchases large or expensive. These are just small images and representations of your animal that help to enforce your bond. 5. Make anonymous donations to wildlife groups or organizations that support your totem animal. By keeping your donations anonymous, you are performing a genuine good deed instead of looking for recognition. Calling upon your spirit animal. Upon learning about your spirit animals, you will be able to work toward establishing your relationship with them. It is during this precious relationship that you learn exactly what they can and cannot do. When you want to call upon your spirit animal, begin by meditating and add in some visualization exercises. Picture them standing directly in front of you, or perhaps they are slowly approaching you. During this time, you may receive telepathic messages about how it can help you. Focus on this connection, and while doing so, practice visualizing your totem animal merging into you. Take whatever time you need to feel its energies surging through you, making you feel strong and able. The more you connect with your totem animal, the quicker you'll be able to recognize its energies when it approaches you. You can use several methods to draw your spirit animal to you using drumming, chanting, and music. You don't need to worry about making your approach complicated. Keep it simple. You only need 2 or perhaps 3 lines to use in a repetitive fashion. You may find that you connect with totems in the following kingdoms, and while there are many questions you may ask of it, we have provided just a couple for each to get you started. Birds. What is its color, size, or shape? How does it behave? What kinds of sounds does it make? Animals. When is it most often seen? What kinds of sounds does it make? How does it behave when near you? Insects. Is this insect unusual? Does this insect undergo a metamorphosis? What does it do? Does it land on you, or do you see it from afar? Reptiles and amphibians. Are you experiencing them outside of their natural environment? Do they come to you in dreams? How do they behave in your presence? Remember that all things in nature have a purpose, although you may not always comprehend it. To understand what the animals are trying to communicate to you, recall that it is more important to feel than to know. If you truly wish to speak to your animal totems, you must first be able to look at them in a different light. Animals are not only beholders of great beauty, but they are also beholders of ancient wisdom. Molly Friedenfeld, author of Spirituality and Self-Help Titles. Conclusion. Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom. Aristotle. It's understandable if you're feeling a bit overwhelmed by everything involved in following your path as a Heyoka empath or a starseed. But like all endeavors in life, your destination can take a lot of time to achieve. The empath. When first introduced to the powers of an empath, you may have felt a bit down, since empaths tend to seek isolation and often feel drained or overstimulated. But after reading further, you were able to learn about all the benefits you gain by being an empath. Many of these benefits far outweigh the negatives, and by embracing your gifts, you can change the world for the better. As an empath, remember that you need to be aware of the potential dark side, since you always carry 2 voices inside of you, and they often have a difference of opinion. The dark side brings exhaustion and fatigue, which an empath should avoid. On your journey to discover your empathic abilities, you should take time to learn all of your attributes, and with them some pitfalls and types of people to avoid who will seek to steal your energy. Since there are different types of empaths, you should spend some time getting to know all about yourself, your abilities, and which type of empath you are. While you may share some attributes with other empaths, you will only truly be one kind of empath. The most powerful and rare of the empaths is the Heyoka empath. Though the term and description of the Heyoka empath were created from the Sioux located in North America, you do not have to be from America or be of Native American heritage to be a Heyoka empath. Your peers may find you a bit curious, since the Heyoka are often known for their backward nature and may laugh when they are supposed to cry. If you are a Heyoka, you likely have an uncanny ability to read between the lines and see things that others miss. As you comb through the signs that indicate if you are a Heyoka empath, you will likely recognize many pieces of yourself that finally fall into place and make sense. Heyokas have some pretty impressive abilities in their wheelhouse, and among them is a remarkable ability to heal. The Starseed. If you are said to be wise beyond your years, you may be a starseed, as this is a common description. Initially, most starseeds came from other star systems or faraway galaxies, and over time may have forgotten who they were or even the special missions that they were destined to help the Earth with. If you have forgotten your way, you may need to relearn your truth and your origins. You may have soul contracts here on Earth that were made before you were born to help you rediscover yourself and provide the guidance you need to embrace your future path. If you believe that you are a starseed, you should revisit the signs listed in Chapter 3 that give you insight into your starseed capabilities. After studying all the different starseed races, you should engage in a guided meditation that can tell you all about your true self. Your higher consciousness is a large part of yourself, and once connected, you'll be able to see which star you originated from, and in the future, be able to connect with your dimensional body more quickly. Once you reawaken your starseed heritage, you may start to look at things in a different light, and this can trigger your spiritual awakening. Studying your dreams can help you to find your spirituality, and even dreams that you initially find troubling can have a very rational explanation. Support for both starseeds and empaths. While it is possible that you could be both an empath and a starseed, these two beings share one very troubling commonality. They lack grounding. Help is available for both with the use of meditation, herbs, crystals, essential oils, yoga, nature walks, journaling, art, and music. Each of these practices will provide relief from the daily stresses that come with your newly added responsibilities. Being able to maintain your emotional health is a must for any empath or starseed, and you must learn about how to protect your sensitive heart by applying the methods of grounding. And finally, once you have found your skills and understand all the signs, it's time to continue your search for personal growth and forge forward into spiritual enlightenment. Even if you find it somewhat daunting to share your gifts, remember that you have been given the ability to wield them for the betterment of all. Never fear that your religion seems different from that of others, because your religion is a personal idea, and no two people will share the exact same views. Your spiritual beliefs are custom fitted to you. Blessed travels.